Test. All right. Danny, are we up on the mic? Good, thank you. It's a great day in Kershaw County, and we are convened in an all-American county. Football has started, hunting has already started, and people are already bragging about 6 and 8 and 10-point bucks out there. So it's a great day in Kershaw County, but we've had some heavy losses after 20 years with war in Iraq and Afghanistan. Many of you have lost friends. I've lost a lieutenant that I personally sent off to war, and he was shot today, 17 years ago. So, good friend. The family still and I talk on this day every year on this date. We've also lost Bob Vaughn from the library after some 20 years, and we've had 23 losses to Delta in the last 6 weeks, which was the same number we had that lost in the first 6 months of COVID. So these are pretty tough times. And we've also lost a Marine, 13 sailors and Marines, and 1 soldier in Afghanistan as we came out. It's not been the best of weeks, and I think we should remember the words of Joshua in chapter 4 when he set up the stones at Gilgal, and it's a habit in those of us who have served in the military that whenever you visit the grave of a fallen comrade, you put a stone, like Joshua did when he said to the Israelites, saying to the Israelites, when your children ask their parents in time to come, what do these stones mean? Then you shall let your children know that Israel crossed over the Jordan here on dry land. And so with that, I ask for a moment of silence for these losses that our great country has endured. Amen. Thank you all. Pardon me for being such a sentimental old fella. We're called to order. We have a quorum. We're socially distanced. We're applying certain voluntary things so that if those of you that wish to wear a mask or get the shots or whatever, you can, and those of you don't want to, certainly go ahead. We tried to space it out up here about 6 feet more or less with Mary and Jimmy. If you want to move around, fine, but we put Mary down there, and off we go. So with that, I ask you to stand up and join us in the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let us all bow our heads and open our hearts. God, Father Almighty, we come to you on our knees asking for your grace and your mercy, Lord Father. We know that you are the Alpha and Omega of this world that you created. And now, Lord, we're asking for you to heal this land that you created. Bless the United States of America and the countries around it, Lord Father, so we can be better people and better loved ones for one another, and guidance and leaders. Now, Lord Father, bless the minds that's up here on this dais, that you give us the discernment and the wisdom and understanding to conduct the business for Kershaw County citizens. And Lord Father, I would be so remiss to ask you for the blessings of our men and women, for our freedoms and liberties that serve in our armed services. Guide them and protect them as you have done and will continue to do. We ask all these blessings in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much indeed, everybody, and thank you, Sammy Tucker. We now move into the agenda that you see on the screen. Oh, hey, Al. Hey, Al Bozard. Good to see you, sir. We have public comments, we have public hearings, and we have 2 of those. So, and Mr. DeBose is going to help us through this because I know a number of you want to speak. But let me just break it down for you. The public comments. We got it, Mr. Jones. Come on in, Jimmy. Oh, we'll take care of it, Jimmy. We sure will. Come on in. You're exactly right, Jimmy.
So as I said, for the record, there are people out there that need to sign up that were shut out before 5:30. But Chairman, thank you so much for allowing them to come and sign up.
How do you want to handle that?
I think probably they need to be given an opportunity to sign up. So
Maybe you can walk that out there.
Yeah, I'll walk it out there.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and do that, and that'll save
Right now.
people.
You want to take it in a second?
Yeah. We'll take care of that in a minute, young man. Mr. DeBose, if you just walk outside with the sign-up roster, and I think that man just commandeered it.
I think that was the public hearing, the public hearing sheet he took. Yeah, he took the public hearing sheet. Mr. DeBose has the public comment sheet.
Well, we'll pause here for a minute. And,
I mean no disrespect, but to me, it's very obvious. We're not 6 feet apart, but we're requiring everybody else to be 6 feet apart.
Jimmy, you can move to the left. That's why
I'm
we
fine.
opened it up.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, well, you're fine. Good.
I mean, suffice it to say, there are certain members on council, just, it doesn't bother. So, I mean, if it bothers you, you can move over, but
It doesn't bother me.
Yeah. Why don't we turn the mics off, and we'll wait until Mr. DeBose comes back, and I'll...
I'll wait to Mike. Can we leave the doors open so they can at least hear? Because I think everybody was unaware that council was going to go 6-foot distancing tonight. I don't even know, what are the regulations required? Are they?
We'll go ahead and go to open the doors if you don't
I mean,
mind.
it just seems to be.
Yeah, just do that.
Some
Mr. DeBose,
hypocrisy
we'll move
here.
ahead now. How many signed up for public comments and how many for each of the 2 public hearings?
For the public comments, 11 people have signed up for public comments, and 5 people have signed up for the public hearing on Seagull.
On Seagull. Any on the second item, which I think is Orion? Any on number 2?
No, but, yes. Yes, some people have signed up for the zoning, yes. And they, for instance, 2 people signed up for the rezoning, which probably ought to be on the second public hearing. Dr. Jen Pysuch signed up for the rezoning request, and Don Canada.
So you would put them where?
Excuse me, yes, they're correct. The second public hearing is on conveyance of the land, that's
Right.
correct. No one signed up for that.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so they're correct.
All right. So this way we're going to try to run it. We have public comments from 11 people, and we normally allocate 30 minutes with 5 minutes max per speaker. So what we'll do is call them up, Mr. DeBose, and those that are outside can come in and then cycle back out again. So with that, what is that, about 2.5 minutes for each speaker?
About 3 minutes each.
Okay, and let me just tell you, the rules of the House are we keep a decorum. You can't, there's no question and answer. We hear directly from you. We require that you keep it genteel and talk about within the decorum of the body, that you attack no person but stay to the issue. And I would also add that the last time we were in here, we had a number of people who referred to political parties, which we don't in this body. This is a governing body and not a political forum. Secondly, we had a number of people who were muttering to themselves and made a lot of noise. And it disrupted the body. So if there is any of that, then we'll clear the room, okay? We'll just clear the room.
Mr. Chairman, you've already cleared the room.
And then secondly, if there's all right, Mr. Jones, we'll go into another recess if we need to.
Sure we will.
Yeah. But for those of you who like to have an outburst, I will correct you, and then after that, I'll have the bailiff or the sheriff ask you to leave. Since we've opened the doors, those of you outside, if you all become disruptive, then we'll have to close the doors, and that's just the way we're going to do it. So with that, Mr. DeBose, please go ahead.
First person to sign up for public comments is Al Bozard.
Mr. Bozard, good to see you again.
Chairman, Council, thank you for this time.
Bring the
I've
mic
had-
over there, Al. Good, man. Thank you.
Can you hear now?
Yeah, sure can.
I had several folks to call and talk to me about the hotel wanting to come into town, and they've heard all kind of stuff about what they wanted to give to them, and some thinks that 8 years at the reduced rate is too much. I'm not going to express one way or the other, but what I'm going to ask y'all to do is think hard and long about this, because there are some business people out there that is thinking about it hard also. And in fairness to them, we owe it to them to think about this thing long and hard before any decisions are made. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bozard, and good to see you again. Mr. DeBose.
Second person signed up is Gail Branham.
Ms. Branham, good to see you, ma'am.
I don't have the COVID, I've got allergies. The reason that I'm here is I talked with Russell Brazel a couple of weeks ago. I gave him my sentiments on the fees that we're being charged in Kershaw County. I don't think it's right. I think that that the people that don't have these big homes and everything, and have to live in mobile homes. I think we're being railroaded. I was charged 2 different $29 charges on my property. I've got a little less than 3 acres there, and it's a little small double wide. It's a 24 by 40, and it's got 2 rundown buildings on it. And so I was charged one $29 fee for the home and another $29 fee for those 2 rundown buildings. From the way I understood it, the buildings that were worth less than $1,000, you didn't have to pay this on it. Well, both of them together wouldn't be worth $1,000. And I just feel like that it's not right, and I feel like that the poorer you are, the more you're being railroaded, and that is not right. That is not what we're supposed to stand for. And so I want to see if anything can be done with this situation. I called the first time over to the courthouse, and the girl told me that I hadn't paid anything. I said, I know that's not true. So I pulled my checkbook and called back, and I had paid the one $29 fee, the $80 fee, and also the fee for another little piece of property that I have. So I'm not sure that we're being credited with everything that we pay at the courthouse either. I think that's some supervision needs to be given to some of these offices. And I know, yes, I did go in there one day, and I don't know what the name of the office is. It's right, the first one on the right. When you come in, I went in there, and yes, I did get irate, and I know the police had to come in there, but I wasn't scared of that either. I was so mad that I felt like I could faint. But I just do not appreciate being run over by the county. And that's why people are moving out of Kershaw County, is because they are being railroaded, and that's just not right. So is anybody that can give me any feedback for this? Am I wrong for feeling this way?
Ma'am, during this session, we don't exchange, but we'll take your name and call you back.
Well, I certainly would appreciate it. And Mr. Brazel there, he has my phone number.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd be glad to talk with any of you and all of you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Ms.
Mr.
Brown.
DeBose.
Third person signed up is Katie Gwynn.
Ms. Gwynn.
Hello.
Good evening.
Sorry, I'm in the nosebleeds out there. So this will be short. So I'm here in objection to resolution number 173.2001, where you are asking the legislator to preserve user fees. I don't think that we need to preserve user fees. Resolution number 174.2021, a resolution supporting Senate Bill 401. I'm also here in objection to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. DeBose.
The next person and fourth person to sign up is Tom Webb.
Mr. Webb.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, I apologize. Tim Webb. He signed up also.
First of all, I'd like to thank several of the councilmen for seeing me.
Pull your mic up, please, Tim. Thank you very much.
First of all, I'd like to thank several of the councilmen for seeing me in private so that we could talk and discuss the issues of Project Seagull. Having said that, I know the vote is already pretty much gone. The farm is sold at 6-1. No one's going to change. And it's going through. And this is what I see. First of all, have you sought out or done any independent study or research on the Seagull project at all? And if you have, where is it? Can your voters see it? Here's what I know. With everything in executive session, this is all I know. Even with funding and experience, most new businesses fail in the first 3 to 5 years of operation. The failure rate is higher in the restaurant and hospitality industry than in other general businesses.
Take 5 seconds to Google it, and you'll see a wealth of data pointing to this fact. So what has been discussed behind closed doors that would lead you to making this decision without full and open public discourse, without the use of public funding to prop up a private startup? Seagull gets 8 years, up to 85% tax deferment, and a building appraised at $750,000 without providing anything beyond a speculative value to the community. Why not provide incentives and resources to those who have struggled and scraped to stay open during the COVID pandemic and the regulations imposed on them during these trying times? And please don't say you have when you're trying to take credit for funneling a limited credit actually provided by the federal government. Rather than playing economic roulette with taxpayer dollars, why don't you invest your own personal resources if you believe this is such a grand idea? It's another boondoggle enterprise, just like your Swampland Veterans Park. You probably aren't listening as usual. I hope you are, but I see I got a master's degree in counseling, and I look at body language, and I see there's just not a lot of engagement right now. So you're probably not listening to me as usual, because this is the second, third time I've been up here talking. Never had any comments back. However, those of us, and there's a lot of different council districts that are with me, not with me, but here tonight, and we have a lot of meetings and discussions about a lot of things going on. However, those of us who entrusted you with the care and fiscal responsibility for our community are listening and watching, and will speak loudly in June. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Mr. DeBose.
The next person that signed up is Dale Truesdale. And I believe Mr. Truesdale.
Is Mr. Truesdale here?
Yeah, he changed it to the public comment.
All right, good. All right, go ahead,
Public
Mr.
hearing,
DeBose.
public hearing, excuse me. The next person is Don Canada.
Thank you.
Hope y'all are doing well. I haven't lived in Kershaw County but about 25 years. I moved here from Lexington County, a little town called Pillion, South Carolina. Grew up on a little farm, was real pleased. When I moved here, bought a house, bought my first house. In fact, I bought my second house when I moved to Hermitage Pond Road, and they're wanting to rezone the property adjoining mine on Hermitage Pond Road from RD1 to R15, I think is the way you say it. But, and all of that means to me is that instead of building one house on it per acre, they can build 2.9 houses per acre. And it's 66 acres. Well, actually, I think they changed it to 86 acres now. But, or it's well over 80 acres, I think now. But I urge you to deny that. And I do that because I know they're not going to plant trees back, and they're not going to bring the deer back that we lost. But there have been hundreds of acres of land cleared along Hermitage Pond Road and Highway 34 in the last 4 years. Between my house and I-20, it's 3 miles, a little over 3 miles. Between Hunt Incorporated on Hermitage Pond Road and Joy Road, my property sits about halfway. There was 20 houses accessed by Hermitage Pond Road on that when I bought my property. They're wanting to build however many houses, a house per acre or more. I knew we can't get the deer back. When I moved out there in January of 2011, I couldn't have been prouder. There were deer, turkeys running through my yard, squirrels, fox squirrels. I hadn't seen a fox squirrel in 30 years of sitting in deer stands all over South Carolina until, well, 20 years ago, until I moved into my house in 2011. And there was so many fox squirrels on that land that they're cleared and wanting to build these houses on right now. And I haven't seen a fox squirrel in 5 years. I haven't seen a rabbit in over 2 years. I haven't seen hardly any deer or turkeys. I've got pictures where I moved on the property in 2011 with 9 deer in one picture. 19 squirrels in one picture, 11 raccoons in one picture. And now I might see 4 squirrels. I might see 5 raccoons. I might see 4 deer in a picture. I know they're not going to rehabilitate the land with deer and all the wildlife, but now when I walk out soon to be when I walk out my front door, because this property is 50 yards from my front yard, right across the driveway, then I'm going to be looking at all these houses. I'm going to have to tolerate them complaining about my rooster crowing at 4 o'clock in the morning. When I moved out there wasn't any honeybees. I never saw a honeybee the first year I lived in my house. I put bees out there. I brought bees out there. I bought bees, put them in hives, established bees out there. We see bees in the pool. We see bees in the feeders. I really hope that y'all won't rezone that property where they can build that many more houses. It's just going to make, if they build 50 houses, there's going to be 100 more cars on the road. If they build 200 houses, which 86 times 2.9, that's 249 houses, which I know they can't build 249 houses there because they got to build some driveways and all that, and Lord only knows what else, but please don't let them do it.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Mr. DeBose.
The next person that signed up is Ruth White.
Ms. White?
Good evening. I'm back again. I was here last month and I talked to you, and it was in opposition to your Project Seagull. I'm not any happier with what now is coming to us. We understood it was going to be 5 years. I wasn't happy with that, but now it's going to be 8. And once again, I just want to express that I'm not happy, along with Tim, for some of the same reasons that Tim addressed. We're not happy. We don't want our tax money used this way, or we don't want to give credit with our tax money that's used this way. So what this means is that during the 8 years that this corporate company, we are paying the services, or our tax dollars are paying the services that they will be receiving. And I don't see where that's going to help us any. And there's another thing I want to clear up that was stated in the newspaper after last meeting, was that those people at the lake, they were concerned about their businesses or their restaurants there at the lake. And of course, y'all stated that it wouldn't affect them. Well, we're well aware that it won't affect our customer bases. We know where they come from. They come from the local people that live there. They come from the people that enjoy the lake on a regular basis. But it won't help us either, because we're not going to get any customers from downtown to come out there. And, so we're not going to get any benefits from it. But it may take away our employee pool. And if it takes away our employee pool, then those businesses can't get their doors open. And it won't be just those businesses. It'll also be these local businesses, because they'll lose their employee pool, too, to a corporation that can pay better and give benefits. I mean, I don't blame anybody for going for that. So it will hurt them. It may make them lose their job or their business. So there's another downfall to that. So I studied this. This is what y'all have. It is unreal. And there are other things in there, of course, I could oppose. Of course, I can. But I think that y'all have a situation in here that we might recoup something if they fold, like Tim talked about, how often they do. I think from understanding all this, and I also understand that it's pretty much dyed in the wool and going to happen, so it doesn't really matter whether we oppose it or not. But I hope you do, and I hope that does mean what I read, that we will get something back out of it, or they'll just go bankrupt and we'll get nothing. like the people in York County or Rock Hill that helped with the Panthers, and then they decided, walk out. I think Duke Power also did something in Greenville, and they got all these benefits, they walked out. But anyway, just to let you know that we don't oppose the business. We don't oppose it coming in. What we oppose is we oppose them getting an unequal, level ground playing field, because the other small businesses didn't get that. And I just think you're giving too much. They're getting a building, they're getting county and city tax abatements. I just don't get it. And I understand your job is to use our tax dollars wisely. That's what we trusted you to do. And I hate to say it, but obviously we're being taxed too much if y'all can gamble with our tax money this way. And I'd like to see my tax going down. I did talk with Mr. Russell over there, and he said that you couldn't go up more than 15%. Well, I went back and checked, and I know y'all are smart enough not to go up 15%. But I have only been here 3 years. I don't have a business. I don't even have a pony in this race except for my tax dollars. And of course, they only went up 10% in my 3 years. And every year that we pay, 8 years, and you're going up 10 years, I don't know that we can do that as a family that moved here just recently.
Ms.
And-
White, can you kind of wrap it up, please?
Okay. So I'm just asking you, please don't do it. It's not fair to small business. Let them come in, let them do their job, just please don't use our tax money this way. You have opened a can of worms, because now we're paying more attention to what you're doing. Before, we sat here blindly, or I did for 3 years, and allowed y'all to just spend your money however you wanted to. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. White. Mr. DeBose.
Yeah, and the next person, I might mispronounce his name because I have a hard time reading the writing. Mrs. Phillips, Soleria Phillips.
Ma'am, can you repeat the name so we got it?
So my name is Sabria.
Sabria Phillips.
Phillips, thank you.
This may not be the proper forum for this, but I'm a mother, and I need you. I am here tonight because my 19-year-old son, Jaden Phillips, can't be. He was a 2019 graduate of Lugoff-Elgin High School. He worked part-time at Food Lion throughout his years at Lugoff-Elgin. Was a big brother and best friend to our daughter, Jordan Phillips. He recently completed his freshman year as a mechanical engineering major at Anderson University. He was an avid outdoorsman. The more dirt, the better. The faster he could make his mother's heart race, the more he loved it. On May 15th, he turned 19. On May 16th, 2020, he went camping on the Congaree River with his father and a group of his father's friends. That morning was the last time I heard his voice. To be PC and brief, he was riding on a boat with a 30-year-old male. Who was allegedly intoxicated and drove his boat, lodged his boat into a horizontal tree attached to the river's bank. That driver never called 911. My son was 6'4", 250 pounds, okay? When this gentleman arrived to Bates Bridge Landing in Richland County, my son was lying on the floor bleeding profusely follow me, from the back of his head, snoring and gurgling for air. So a bystander called 911. Law enforcement was dispatched. And as my son lay dying, no one even asked his name, nor the driver of the boat's name, nor what happened, nor did they inspect the boat or the incident scene. DNR was never notified. To be clear, we 110% back our law enforcement. 110%. That's not what this is about. I'm here asking what happened to Jaden Phillips. The driver's pleading the fifth. There was no investigation conducted. So per the solicitor's office, because of law enforcement, there will be no charges as of yet in my son's death. It's wrong. I need your voices. So after an emergency hemicraniectomy, where they evacuated blood and removed half my son's skull, he never regained consciousness. I held my 19-year-old boy as he died. Are you parents? Do you have any clue what that does to you? Not one day, each and every moment. I'm a nurse. Do you know what sights and sounds and smells do to the human body? I'll continue to fight, but I need your voices. Again, to be brief, after Jaden passed away, my mind was able to begin to think, and I quickly realized that what I saw and what I heard did not align. After making calls saying, I need the report, I need to speak with investigators, to be told there's no report on file. We have no record of this. An investigation was launched a week after. So what if I hadn't begun asking questions? What then? Who else has there been? Who else will there be? I can tell you when I met with the leader of this agency, I was told that the 15 minutes and 16 seconds of body cam that I got to watch that will never leave my brain or my heart as I watched my boy lay dying and no one did a thing, that this leader has not watched the body cam footage. This deputy has not been investigated. In fact, 3 weeks ago, he's promoted to corporal. And the man that took the life of my son walks free. I need your voices. I cannot change the outcome for 19-year-old Jaden Corwin Ray Phillips. But we can work together to make certain that this doesn't happen again. You cannot change what you refuse to acknowledge. Give me an example of anywhere else in America where you can fail so terribly at your job that it results in death and nothing happens to you because you wear a badge on your chest. Qualified immunity, tort law. It's wrong. It's wrong. I'm continuing to fight for justice. Within that fight, I will ask for your support in Jaden's law. I want to make it illegal, not a violation of policy, because we see policy obviously doesn't work. Illegal for any law enforcement agency that responds to an incident, and this incident was a crime scene, to simply leave. Can't do it. I want it illegal. You don't get to just leave. You notify the agency that should be involved in that case, whether it be SLED, whether it be DNR. You give some kind of report. I'm here asking, what happened to my son, May 16, 2020? My prayer is that you'll do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Phillips. Gentlemen, I suggest we stand at ease for a minute. Thank you, Mr. Jones, for that, taking the Kleenex up. Thank you. All right, well, let's reconvene. Mr. DeBose, please, go ahead.
The next person signed up is Tom Webb.
Mr. Webb?
We all love our families, and it's dreadful, especially when a young person has so much ahead of them and can't fulfill that dream. But you know, there's more to life than breathing and working. This American dream is to do it your way, to be free to do it your way. So I'll speak a little bit on, I guess, American liberty. I signed up to speak about Seagull, Project Seagull, but it's more general than that. So it'd be very short. There's an old question, very old question, how much is enough? If a little is good, then more is better, until maybe it isn't. You know, just how much is enough? So how much mixing of government and business? How much can you mix these things on and on and on, perhaps to the exclusion of the citizens and their input to it? Government and business colluding, leaving out the individual. So if you on county council are a little unsure about it, you might listen to these people here today speaking about Project Seagull. When it comes to mixing government and business, they say they have had enough.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Mr. DeBose.
The next person signed up is Dr. Jim Pysuch, C-U-C-H.
Doctor, can we just have the full name so we got it?
Yep, Jim Pikich.
Okay, good.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. You heard earlier from my friend and neighbor, Don Canada, about the Hermitage Pond rezoning. I am also affected by that. In fact, unlike Don's, whose property only partially borders the proposed development area, the entire east side of my property, or west side of my property, borders that development area. Ideally, I would like to see the zoning kept unchanged so that we'd limit it to 80 some odd houses. When I moved here in 2005, there were several great properties that I was interested in. My wife and I decided on this one because of the privacy, the quiet, the natural environment that Don spoke about. We've seen that receding. I have concerns about the traffic on Hermitage Pond Road. If anybody has driven that little end stretch of Hermitage Pond Road past Hunting Inc., you've seen there's potholes in the potholes and constant patching. There's no extra width. I don't know how the traffic is going to be managed if several hundred homes go in there. And I'm also concerned, I spoke about this with the developer when I spoke about this before the zoning board. I said, well, I'm a realist. It's probably unlikely that the zoning is going to be kept as is. But whether it's kept as is or not, whatever is developed, what I would like to see, and Don would also, is a solid barrier, such as a solid wooden fence along the property line that would not only maintain our privacy, but that would keep pets. I'm always, not always, but a couple of times a year, I'm bringing stray pets, as it is, to the animal shelter on Black River Road because they wander in and I have to do it. Sometimes it's a big German Shepherd or something that I don't dare touch. I have to call the county. Children also wander. Teenagers wander, looking for a wooded place maybe to have a little, party time or something. So it would make things much safer for the neighbors, myself, Don, anyone else, the Blanchards who are next to us and who are elderly, if at least, and I've spoken, I said, with the representative of the contractor, and they seem very amenable to this, but if there's a change in the zoning, I'd like to see that actually put in the conditions that there be a solid, say 6-foot-high wooden fence or other barrier that would protect our privacy, protect us from wandering pets and people, and also protect the neighbors. I mean, I have a husky, and she's fenced, and she never goes out on a without being on a leash, but sometimes she slips the leash, and she thinks everybody loves her, and she'll go in and try to get in somebody's house. I mean, she hasn't gotten away more than once or twice in the last couple of years, but it would just, I think it's Robert Frost who said good fences make good neighbors. And so if there is going to be a change in the zoning, I would hope there wouldn't be, but as I said, I'm a realist. We would like to see that it's actually put in there, that there is a barrier to preserve the privacy of the people who have been there for many, many years, and also as a safety concern going both ways. So thank you for taking time to hear me.
Thank you, Doctor. Mr. DeBose.
And the last person that signed up is Brian Berville.
Can you say again the last name, please?
Berville.
Baville.
Good evening, how you all doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go right ahead, sir.
Fundamental precepts of equality is how I in part see this, but there's a large part to it. The mother before me touched me. Equal under the law. Is that what this is going to be? Equal under the law? Here's a Lugoff, Elgin, Camden magazine, local businesses, right here. They're all free. Look at it. Most of them are here in Camden area, Lugoff, or in Kershaw County, some outside, a little further. But these people are all treated equal. They all pay their taxes. The same. Some may pay more, some may pay less, but it's based on they're all paying equally. These people are treated equally. Project Seagull, they're not being treated equally, unequal. We've been through this before. Nationally, we've been through this. Equal under the law. 14th Amendment, right? We all have to be treated equally under the law. Some people are going to lose. I venture to say a lot of people are going to lose if this is passed. There are a number of things they didn't address. I printed the whole 95 pages out. I looked through as best I could. The Eagle project, and there's the numbers that are missing. And I'll talk about that later when the 10 minutes comes around, if we have it. But the main thing I want to report now is equal under the law. These people equal under the law. Anyone else here has a business? You're all treated equally under the law when it comes to taxes, right?
Sir, you're here to talk to us, please. Thank you.
I am. But I want them to hear too, and they can hear me. But I want to look at their eyes also, because they're standing behind me. That matters to me, anyway, that I look in their eyes. So, that's it. I'm a little short than 3 minutes. They need to treat everybody equal. What you might think is going to be a benefit for everybody may not turn out. And the numbers, there are numbers in here that don't support it. You don't even show the numbers that I'm going to ask in the 10 minutes when that comes up later on. Equal under the law. That's basically what you all do is you create law. You don't pay your taxes and something's going to happen to you, right? Anyway, that's it. You treat everybody equally, and under this project, that's not the case. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. DeBose?
And I believe that concludes the public comment sign-up.
Okay, let's
Mr.
just
Chairman.
make sure. Is there anyone else on public comments before we go to public hearings? It appears that we got everybody. Ken, good job. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jones. That was very helpful. So, Mr. Bose, with that, I think we move now to public hearings. The first item is a public hearing in regards to an ordinance by Kershaw County Council authorizing the execution of an infrastructure credit agreement by and between Kershaw County and Kershaw Hospitality, LLC, providing for the issuance of special source revenue credits, the inclusion of certain property in a County Industrial Park and other matters related thereto, and is put on the agenda by legal counsel. This is the public hearing that I think, how many we have signed up?
Mr. Chairman, 5 people signed up for public hearing, but I believe they all indicated they're all here in regard to the first one, which is Project Seagull.
Okay, so we'll begin that, but first the rules on the public hearing guidelines is people should sign up to speak, which has happened. And prior to that hearing, it should be announced that persons wishing to speak should identify themselves, which has been done. When the public hearing is open, persons be notified as to how many people have signed up, which has been done. And persons will speak in the order which they signed up and identified. And then each person can speak a maximum of 10 minutes. And comments at public hearings should be germane to the subject matter to the public hearing and be liberally construed. So, Mr. DeBose, let's begin.
First person that signed up is Katie Gwynn.
Okay, and with 10 minutes and 5 people, we could be here for 50 minutes or longer. Ms. Gwynn, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in Army aviation, we use this term called hoodwinked, and it means to deceive by false appearance. I started realizing months ago that with the exception of Jimmy Jones, this council was trying to hoodwink us all.
Ma'am, at this point, I must correct you, and you know the rules here, that we're not here to attack, but to speak to the matter at hand, all right? And you can retract that statement. Go
Point
right
of
ahead,
order.
please.
I don't think the statement needs to be retracted. She's just speaking her feelings, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Jones, thank you very much. I've ruled on the point of order, and we'll move ahead.
And you're wrong, sir.
I
That's all right,
appreciate-
Mr. Jones. Go ahead, Ms. Gwynn.
I appreciate the councilman that met with me and talked to me on the phone and answered my questions for me throughout this process. I'd like to take this time to respond to some of your comments because I believe they have contradicted some of your previous votes or comments in the past. At the last council meeting, business owners from the lake voiced their opinions, and I felt the council was dismissive because they were lake business owners. I'm a small business owner directly catty corner from the project's location, so I hope you will hear me out. First and foremost, I was told that my beef is with the city. I disagree with the city's incentives for this project, which I understand are gifting the building valued at $750,000, purchasing the Nettles building for the parking lot, and purchasing the plans. But I don't vote in the city. I own a business in the city, but I don't have a representative in this city as I do as a county voter. Furthermore, the county is the governing authority when it comes to the tax abatement. This council is granting the city permission for the tax abatement. This council has discussed the tax revenue behind closed doors and is trying to convince us that this project is going to provide significant economic benefits to the county. So I do believe my beef is with the appropriate council. I was told that the hotel is going to be good for growth, but I want to rewind back to the spring when Councilman Jones discussed the possibility of privatization of the sewer system. I heard multiple members on the council object to that privatization out of fear of growth. One councilman said, "We do not want to be Lexington." Now with Project Seagull, growth is a great idea. Members have stated that this will pump people into downtown. I would like to know if that is supported by any data or foot traffic research, or this is just wishful thinking. There seems to be no research or data supported of any of the assumptions. You all are hoping it works out, but what if it doesn't? This is a gamble with tax dollars. If the hotel is not booked, I don't believe any people will be pumped into downtown. Business plans. I asked several councilmen if they saw a business plan for this hotel, and the answer was no. If you are about to vote on something without knowing how successful this company plans to be, that is simply irresponsible. Would you allow a total investment of $1.4 million of your own dollars into a company without seeing their business plan? Because I certainly would not. The next is a quote. There's not a whole lot we can do when it comes to somebody that has $13 million. I don't think this council should be able to be bought. I don't think that should matter that they have $13 million. It was insinuated at one of the previous council meetings that Councilman Jones may have received money from the private sewer company, and that was the reason behind his push for the privatization. Yet then months later, we have this comment that there's not much the council can do when someone shows up with $13 million. It was stated that the hotel might not come unless the abatement is given. Maybe you don't believe that the county we live in is the best in South Carolina, but I do. Kershaw County is phenomenal because of the people that live here and the businesses, and anybody should want to open a business here. We have so much to offer. If this hotel was coming, if their coming was hinging on a tax abatement, then I don't believe they had a good business plan in the first place. Regarding the commercial development policy, this policy was not published anywhere. I had to contact the county to get it because I remembered someone saying you have to have a creation of 50 jobs as part of the policy. The ordinance states that there's an anticipation to create at least 35 new full-time jobs. So I went back to the July 13th agenda packet looking for the policy. I did finally get it. And after reviewing that policy, I found several discrepancies. The policy states that the maximum tax credit percentage for qualifying commercial development is 50%. Yet in the authorization ordinance, the first year will be equal to 85%, 75% for the second, 65% for the third, and 55% for the remaining years. So for 8 years, the maximum is going to go against the policy that this council set itself. Moving on to the primary employment requirements. Number 2 states that the company will provide quality employment opportunities for Kershaw County citizens and the region. What does quality employment mean? Is minimum wage quality employment? Is a service job quality employment? This terminology is so subjective, I don't understand how you are determining what quality means. Then in bold, italicized, and underlined font, it states minimum of 50 new, in all capital letters, jobs. Yet the authorization states the company anticipates at least 35 jobs. It does not clearly say it will create 35 jobs, it says it anticipates. So we don't know how many it will create. Whether it's 35 or less, it doesn't meet the requirement of the policy. So I ask you all, what was the point of the policy? Being in the hospitality industry myself, I can say with confidence that many of the jobs this hotel will bring are service jobs. And this county is in no need of service jobs. All you have to do is drive down to Caleb Street or Broad Street and see the now hiring signs. We have businesses that have closed their doors because they don't have adequate employment or reduced their hours because they simply do not have the staffing. Hopefully by the time the hotel is finished, many of these places will find that employment, but what if they don't? The hotel is going to compete for these service jobs just as the restaurants are doing. Your policy states that the company will demonstrate a long-term commitment to the county. Has anyone seen this long-term commitment, or was this just policy fluff? Without seeing a business plan, I don't know how anyone can ensure a long-term commitment is with this hotel. And what is long-term? I hope it's longer than 8 years. I do not believe the council has done its due diligence in information gathering for the taxpayers to justify a tax abatement. Has anyone asked how this business will use these tax savings? Do you think they will donate the tax savings to nonprofits in our community, or will they be able to competitively reduce their prices, driving business away from the other restaurants? If you can get a steak for $15 at the boutique hotel, why would you go to Sam Kendall's? Your tax abatement could give this company a competitive advantage over the rest of us. So tonight you will vote on this ordinance, and also tonight you are going to vote on 2 resolutions describing how you will need to increase taxpayer fees and millage. It doesn't make sense to me. The $1.4 million package, and I understand that's with the city's incentives as well, is going against your own policy without proper research. And then in the same meeting, you're saying that you need fees from the taxpayers. It just doesn't make sense. You state that you lost revenue to the COVID-19 pandemic, yet you are not willing to collect all the taxes available from a multi-million-dollar project. This is why I use the term hoodwinked. It's simple. If you need tax revenue, do not give an 8-year tax abatement to an incoming commercial business. The bottom line is that I believe what you're doing is wrong, and I believe how you have done it is also wrong. You created a policy for a company and now claim that this project meets said policy when it doesn't. With the exception of Jimmy Jones, I think the council has missed the point on this. I'm not against economic growth. I'm not against competition or new business in the downtown area, because competition makes us better. With this vote, you are creating an uneven playing field, though. You are rewarding a business that you somehow have deemed worthier than the rest of us, and with this vote, you are helping a private business compete with every business downtown. I cannot support this ordinance. I believe in smaller government, and I do not support the government's involvement with tax abatement in the private sector. We have to consider how our decisions will affect the future. 50 years ago, no one thought that
Ma'am, can you wrap it up, please?
Yes, sir. No one thought the government would be this big today 50 years ago. So looking forward for Kershaw County, what big box companies does this policy bring next? What million-dollar projects will be rewarded next? We've opened up a can of worms. It's opened up the door for the council to hand select which next big business is coming in and out of the county. It's a hotel today, and it might be a major retail establishment tomorrow. Maybe it will all turn into big businesses just like Lexington. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. DeBose?
The second person that signed up.
Please, Mr. Webb, others, we don't clap in here. Thank you very much.
The second person that signed up is Irving Branham.
Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Councilman, Ken DeBose. I served 10 years on the Kershaw County School Board. There were 9 of us that worked diligently every year to make sure that we brought you folks a balanced budget, a budget that did not have millage increase in it. I know there were times that, that was not possible, but we strived every year to do so. And I hope that council does the same thing. But I think you need to look at doing it without taking away from the taxpayers that's already paying, taxes to the county. We have just been assessed on all our properties assessments this year. Of course, I've appealed. I'm a landlord, and I've appealed, most of all of the ones that y'all sent to me. And some of them were changed, some of them were not. But what I'm afraid of is as these assessments go up, these fees go up, my tenant's rent's going to have to go up. And you know who you're hurting? You're hurting the most vulnerable people there is in the county when you do this. I'm not opposed to new businesses coming into the county. I think it's good for new business, and I look forward to businesses coming into the county. I think this business would be a great business for the county. What I am opposed of is giving it away. When a company or anyone has no skin in the game, it usually does not work. An example of that is a little town called Blaney, South Carolina. They got 5 years of tax abatements. When the Elgin Watch Factory came in, the citizens of Blaney voted to change the name to Elgin because of the watch factory. 5 years later, there's no watch factory. I think the company that moved in after that was B.F. Goodrich. There was a joke going around that they were going to change the name to Sneakerville. This is a great county, Kershaw County. And again, I'm not opposed to a business coming into the county. I think it'd be great. I am opposed to giving it away. Camden is a historic town. I would love to see that historic town stay historic. And I would not like to see jokes going around about how we gave things away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. DeBose?
Third person that signed up is Tom Webb.
Mr. Webb?
Well, still on the subject of maybe government is not looking out for the people like it should, pretending to or thinking that they do, but there's more to look out for than just the economic circumstances. It's that very American thing, liberty. So government staying small is an American thing, especially American thing. And so it could look out for Liberty a little bit more and maybe let us just look out for our own business. And government playing favorites, it looks like now with this seagull thing somewhat. It's set a lot of people on edge. So I wish you would table it and let us chew this over a little bit longer.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Mr. DuBose.
The fourth person that signed up is Brian Bevel.
Mr. Bevel again.
Some numbers I couldn't find in the printout on the website. They're going to get credit for eight years, first year 85%, 75%, second year 65%.
Could you bring the mic over, Mr. Bevel?
Third year, 55% for the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth year. I didn't see any dollar amounts for credit. What's the total credit they're going to get in those 8 years? Do we have a number?
Sir, we're here to hear from you. Go right ahead, please. Can you all be quiet in the back, please? Mr. Bevel, go ahead.
So what's the total amount of credits they're going to get over those 8 years?
We don't discuss now. We are here to hear from you. Go right ahead, please, sir.
I thought this was
No, it's
so
not.
we could ask questions.
No,
Oh,
sir, it is not.
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Bose, give a ruling.
Excuse me?
Can you engage in public hearing?
It's not a question and answer.
Okay.
I'm
Thank you,
sorry.
Mr. Jones. You
I
know
thought,
I was
I
right.
thought it was. I thought it was.
I'm sorry if it's not. Go right ahead, please, sir.
Well, all right. That number's not available. I'd like to know what it is. Someone must know what it is. I heard someone whisper 1.4 million. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Those 8 years go by, then what? There's nothing in the write-up that explains what's going to happen after those 8 years. What's going to happen after those 8 years? Someone whispered $1.4 million are going to get in credits. What's going to happen after that? 8 years. It's not in the write-up. We don't know what's going to go out. What's going to happen. I hope you all know what it is, and if you do know, I think you should have put it in the write-up. It's not there.
I'd be happy to address this.
Russell, we'll do it later. Go right ahead, please.
Can he address Mr. DuBose?
No, he cannot. Go right ahead, Mr. Bevel.
What public hearing?
Mr. Jones, it's a public hearing for the public to speak, not a question and answer or dialogue.
Right. So a lot of my public speaking is going to be questions.
Go right ahead, please, sir.
Just so they can hear too.
Go right ahead.
And y'all also. So that's off the list. That's off the list. Also, Kershaw County is going to be liable for public services. According to this, 100%. Public services the county is going to pay for be like services such as sewage, water, fire, and police. That's right there on the write-up. Kershaw County, if property is in Kershaw County, portion of the park expenses, Kershaw County 100% going to pay the expenses. So if Sumter County, which is kind of strange because Sumter County is nowhere near Camden, 0%. Revenues, are going to be made through payments of fees in lieu of the taxes, for the ad valorem property taxes. Kershaw is going to get 99% of that. That's going to be 99% of that after they get the credit break of what might be $1.4 million. So during those 8 years, they're going to get a credit break. And Kershaw County is going to get 99% of what's left after they pay the credit to this company. Just a note for your clerk of county council certification that this document is accurate. You need to put in there Kershaw County. You have the undersigned clerk, county council of Charleston County. Need to fix that. If you go through with it. Yes. Find this in time. Termination. Kershaw County and Sumter County, that just tickles me, Sumter County's involved with this. They're getting 1% revenues. The disagreement may not be terminated by either party with respect to any property included herein without the consent of the affected property owner for the term of any infrastructure credits to which Kershaw Hospitality LLC is entitled. Sounds like they, you need their permission to terminate it. So it sounds like to me reading that. I have another question. Who's going to own the building? Who's going to own it? Who's the property going to belong to? Is it going to belong to Kershaw County at the beginning? At the end, after 8 years? Never? Or hospitality is going to own it? Don't know. Couldn't find that in here. If it is in here, I missed it and I apologize, but that's another one of my questions. Who's going to own the building? Don't know. It's not there. There's a lot not there. Okay. That's it for my questions, and mostly my statements. Then I'll say it again, there's a lot missing. There's not a lot here. I don't know why it isn't public. You would think this is public for us to look at and read and understand. So I wholeheartedly disagree with the process you did in making this an industrial or business park. I think a lot of other people would like to be deemed in that category so they can get the breaks. So, what's a little satire? Thank you, sir. I'm done.
Thank you, sir. Mr. DeBose.
The fifth and last person to sign up for this public hearing is Phil Truesdale.
Mr. Truesdale, sir.
Good evening. Evening. I was born and raised in Kershaw County. I've spent my entire life here, 53 years. Never felt the need to attend a Kershaw County Council meeting. Always thought you people had our best interest at heart. As evidenced by me coming here tonight, I don't feel that way anymore. The seemingly shady and unfair manner in which this latest proposal has been brought about, there seems to be little information regarding the details of this project. The number of employees projected for this 35-room hotel range from 35, from what I've heard, to Councilman Snodgrass's statement on Facebook over the weekend that they projected 90 employees to be hired for a 35-room hotel venture. I doubt if anyone can take that number seriously. And there lies the question. Why make numbers up? Why, if you were truly doing something good for the people of this county, would you feel the need to overinflate numbers that are being tied directly to the benefits given to this particular entity? We should all be asking questions about this. It's usually when people make things up, they're doing it for personal benefit of some sort. If a business owner thinks that opening a business in this county will be profitable, they should choose to do so. They should not base opening that business on the ability to sway local politicians in order to gain deals and treatment that no other businesses in the area have been afforded. It's my belief that local government should stay out of the private sector. You can tell a lot by looking around this county. The biggest and nicest buildings in this county are occupied by local government. That's not the way it should be. People are sick and tired of the tax and spend way of government that funnels all the way to the federal government, apparently all the way down to local government. People are sick of the unfairness in the way we are treated by government officials based on how much money you bring to the table. I will not support or vote for anyone that is okay with this type of governing, and I only hope more people start showing up to these meetings and speaking out and vote the people that agree with this nonsense out of office. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Truesdale. Mr. DeBose?
That concludes the sign-up list for the first public hearing, Mr. Chairman, I believe.
Well, let me just make sure we got everybody. Is there any further sign-ups? That concludes then the public hearings and the public comments. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We went through a significant amount of public discourse, and we appreciate it. We move to the next item, but before we do, I thank Mrs. Phillips again for coming, ma'am, and you certainly made an impression here. It's apparent we have some work to do. With that, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. Can we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Make a motion to approve the agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Tucker, a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gardner. Any discussion? Seeing there is none, we move to vote. All those in favor of the agenda as written on the board signify by raising your hands. And it's unanimous, and we move to a public presentation, Access Kershaw, with Lindsay Kilgo, the Director of Access Kershaw, and Karina Vargas, Library Social Worker. Please. Gentlemen, the slides are on the screen. Oh, we have Amy, too. Good to see you, ma'am. And we have at page 4 in your electronic books are the briefings themselves. Go ahead, Amy.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. The Library Social Worker Initiative has been going on for about a year now. I hope that you guys have heard about it. It's certainly been something that has been a huge effort between myself and Lindsay Kilgo, the Director of Access Kershaw, and then once we brought her on board, Karina Vargas, our social worker. So it's been something that we've been putting a great deal of effort into. And I'm here today to talk a little bit about why we did it, how it's been working, and why we think it's successful. So libraries and social work, they're not necessarily two things that have always gone together. When you think of libraries, you think of places perhaps that are quiet with books, where we have programs with children, book discussions. All those things are true. But we also have patrons who come in every day who need basic services. They need access to food, they need access to shelter, they need help finding mental health services, medical services. So librarians have been faced with the issue of trying to serve these people who need the most basic help, but not having the skills to do that. The people that do have the skills to do that are social workers. And if you think about social workers also, the kind of work that they do, connecting people to resources, guiding them through it, helping them to navigate all the different institutions, all the different agencies that might be able to provide them help. It's a complicated process, but it's also about finding information, and that's what libraries do. So putting a social worker in a library, to me, is a great fit. It is something that larger places have been doing for up to a decade. San Francisco was one of the first places to do it. When I worked at Richland, where I was from 2014 until 2020, we developed a library social work department. It started with one person, and it ended up with about 5 or 6, because the need is there. Libraries are also very welcome, opening places. Anybody can walk in. We're friendly. We're known for that. If someone has a perception of a bureaucratic entity as a place that may not be welcoming, it may be a place that would be avoided, but not a library. Libraries are places where anyone can go, and I think by and large they think of us as friendly. I hope they do. So it's a good fit. And I've also developed a lot of respect for the work that social workers do. If it were easy to fix the problems of poverty, if it was easy to fix the problem of people needing help and not getting it, the people that we see every day that we want to help, if that was an easy thing to do, then it would have already been solved by now. So social workers are trained to address these issues, and that's what we're doing. So to give you a sense of the timeline, all of this is possible. It's not free, but right now, the county is not paying for it. So we are awarded a grant from the USC Center for Rural and Primary Health Care, which we got at the end of 2020. At that moment, Lindsay and I started working together. And I'd like to mention, too, that because of our size, because I'm not a social worker, because this does take specialized skills, if we didn't have the cooperation, and I would say almost integrated working together that I have with Access Kershaw and Lindsay, we wouldn't be able to do it. So I think that speaks to the interest and the ability of people in this community to pull together. We're two different entities, but we're working almost like we're one with this. So end of 2020, we got the funding, which is about $100,000 from USC. At that point, we developed a plan, we got an MOU in place, we developed our budget, and then we started to recruit. The recruiting process, as you guys probably have heard, recruiting is not as easy. In some situations with social workers, we looked until we found somebody that we were happy with. And when we interviewed Karina, it was pretty apparent that she would be a great fit. It was immediately apparent that she was very confident, very engaged, compassionate. She has a BSW. She'll tell you a little bit more about herself and her story. But we knew she was the right fit, so I'm glad that we waited until we found that person. March through May, onboarding, training, getting to know the Access Kershaw system. There is a procedure that happens with Access Kershaw. There's a methodology for getting people health. There is a focus on self-empowerment and getting people to the stage where they can be self-sufficient. All of these things are built into how they do their work. So March through May, we were really focused on getting Karina to the place that she needed to be to do what she needed to do with clients. But May is when she started to see people working with individuals one-on-one. She meets with them in the library in Camden and also in Bethune. It is a grant that's focused, as you might have guessed from the name, the USC Center for Rural and Primary Health Care. The focus is on rural areas of the county, Camden, Bethune, although we do not exclude people from other parts of the county as well. So she meets people either in the library, she'll meet them in places like Access Kershaw. She also makes home visits, going to where people live. So the networking, that was a very important part of the onboarding process. And we did a lot of it. So Karina has had over 100 meetings with different organizations and groups that would be invested in this process. She's integrated herself really well in the school system. She's got great relationships with the people that do English as a second language, the guidance counselors, different schools. We've worked heavily with Jackson Elementary. Social service agencies, she set up a table at Food for the Soul where she goes monthly to meet with people directly, different clergy, Sister Care, Live Well, the community medical clinic. There are many, many, many places that she's met, both to get people to us that she can help and also to learn where we can send people for help. So to get a sense of the network that we have here, and we are very fortunate to have a lot of different groups who are supportive, who want to make a difference. So this first part, this networking, onboarding phase, was learning about that. And then the marketing piece, getting the word out. Karina has done an amazing job at getting out into the community. She has been everywhere. She has been to back-to-school events. She's been on the bookmobile, mobile nutrition center stops. I would also like to give her a huge shout-out because she's tenacious and brave. And some of the places that she's gone are places that we didn't ask her to go, but places that she thought would be places where she was needed. So she went to all the motels that dot Highway 1, meeting with people, the managers that work in those offices, leaving her flyers. She went out on the Meals to Wheels stops, met with those participants. She put the flyers in the boxes. We've had also traditional marketing, press releases, social media, the radio, and I may have mentioned we're very fortunate that Karina is bilingual, and that has opened up a lot of different options for us that we didn't have before. One of her radio ads is in Spanish. And then the website that we created, the whole focus is to try to make her accessible. That's one of the benefits that I mentioned with libraries. Social workers and libraries are particularly strong partnerships because anyone can walk in, anyone can see her. So we have made her presence very, very easy to get to. So she has office hours Tuesday, Thursdays, 9 to 12, 2 to 5 at the Camden Library. We've also started office hours in the Bethune Library. This is the website, so anyone can make an appointment on the website. They can call, they can drop off a form. We also get referrals from partners. I mentioned she's met a lot of people. The police know her, the detention center knows her, the Alpha Center knows her, so we get referrals from many, many different places. At first, the focus was on getting the word out and learning about the community, and now it's really about continuing that, but seeing people and making differences with individuals. So to date, this is approximately what we've been doing. She's had 286 encounters. That's individual meetings with people, sometimes taking an hour or more, where she'll assess, find out exactly what they need, and give them guided support in finding whatever it is that they're needing. And she's got approximately 56 active cases. So that's what a social worker would call a caseload. And that varies. People do roll off once they get the help they need. Once they're in a place of stability, those people will roll off, new people would come in. So the caseload of 56 is where we are now, but that's going to continue to grow. That's what we've seen happening, and we have expectations that that is going to extend to capacity. At this point, I will turn it over to my partner, Lindsay Kilgo, who's going to talk to you a little bit about Access Kershaw and what they do.
All right, good, thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Lindsay Kilgo. I'm the director of Access Kershaw. Happy to be here.
Now I'm watching the clock here. Can you wrap it up in about 5 minutes?
I can.
All right, and because I want to leave time for questions. Okay.
Absolutely. So just a quick tidbit about Access Kershaw. We are an initiative led by the Community Medical Clinic, who is the CEO is Susan Witowski. And so part of what Access Kershaw does is that we provide support to individuals for primary care, specialty care, and really address the barriers that are moving around that individual. And so we are primarily funded by the Duke Endowment, but also receive support through the Health Services District and other partners like the library. So partnerships are tantamount to our success, and we work to mitigate avoidable emergency room and inpatient services. Emergency rooms can be seen as a revolving door for those individuals that don't have access to primary care, and so which is not appropriate, and also it's ineffective, and it's also an economic drain. So thus this natural partnership that was created between Access Kershaw and the library system is just evolved as in nature as a grant to connect individuals to primary care. And so, you know, partnerships and create ways and paths to reach the whole person. You know, not only are we connecting to primary care, but we really are trying to work to get folks back to work, to obtain health insurance, while also managing chronic illnesses and addressing environmental factors along the way. And the work cannot be done alone in silo. And so in order to make systemic change, we all must work together. And then thus the community and individuals that live in this community then fully are impacted. So that's really the big picture. And I want to talk a little bit about why a social worker, and I promise I'm moving fast. So this was really important for Amy and I to hire a social worker. We felt this profession has the skill set that addresses the needs within Kershaw County. Social workers also follow a code of ethics. We speak for those that do not have a voice, those that are discriminated against. We stay informed on policy, knowledge, and skills. We also hold ourselves to the highest professional standards. And so it's very important that I talk about why a social worker. And then also a social work lens encourages self-sufficiency. Amy mentioned that earlier. Excuse me. And we use techniques such as motivational interviewing and strengths-based approach. And these are tools in which we move patients from their journey as we are helping connect with resources. So this is a picture here of Access Kershaw. It's in our West Wateree Medical Complex. And just a couple of things as it relates to, our approach. CMC is physically located in Camden. Access Kershaw is physically located in Lugoff. Karina spends time with us at West Wateree. She's a part of our team. She has a caseload. The rest of our Access Kershaw team is made up of social workers, nurses, community health workers, and other supportive staff that we have. So there are various roles within Access Kershaw to be able to move patients along their journey. A lot of what drives the approach is the data, and it'd be remiss if I didn't mention that, in 2019, Kershaw County showed still an 11.7 rate of uninsured individuals. So the need still exists. It is there, and there are individuals that still need that connection. And so I'll end lastly with some data. So these are numbers that you'll see. And so outcomes show impact, and that's important for programs like Access Kershaw. We need to be able to show what is happening. So Karina, as Amy mentioned, has 56 active patients. And so out of those 56 patients, there have been over 1,200 plus resources connected. So you'll see the top bar here, social service referral. So there were 492 social service referral type connections to resources. And that could be COVID related, the way our system works. They're tagged as social service referrals. It could be COVID related. It could be clothing, it could be food, it could be legal assistance or utility assistance. The remainder can speak for themselves, but the medical home and the medical referral are the connection to primary care and connection to the primary care specialty services. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of connection, and so we're happy about that. And that's not only happening with Karina, but that's happening all across the county with the remainder of the Access Kershaw team. So lastly, just real quick, there's a one-pager in your packet. Take a look at that. We can maybe dive deeper into that maybe in another conversation. But just know that data is important to us. It drives decisions. It helps inform process improvement and needs within the county. And then my last comment, I'll emphasize the overarching goal here of this partnership is the opportunity for Access Kershaw and the library to continue to make Kershaw County a healthier place to live and to work. And so I'll hand it off to Karina. She's going to tell you a little bit more about herself.
We're running very short on time.
Talk a little bit about a patient's journey.
We can extend the time, Mr. Chairman.
We're running very short on time. Karina, how much time do you need? All right,
2 minutes.
gentlemen, let's extend that. Normally.
Please.
Are you guys okay with that?
Oh,
Thanks. Go right
absolutely.
ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, you guys. I know we want to get home. So this is a quick graph.
Come over to the mic.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
This is a quick graph of my outreach efforts. So, for example, the top of the diamond right there, it shows me at one of my outreach stops where I passed out flyers. Out of that outreach stop, an individual reached out to me that received my flyer. Later on that day, he gave me a call to set up an appointment. At that appointment, the following day, he came to the appointment, and that's where we did the needs assessment and the Access Kershaw intake. Within that intake process, I found out he was a single African-American male, 63 years old, disabled, stressed out because he's about to lose his housing. He wanted to go back to school, get back to the community. He can't afford his bills. He's going through anxiety, depression, all these things. And that was just by the initial meeting. So after that, we did a goals list going from primary need all the way till what the last thing he needed. So that's what it shows on the graph. So applied for financial assistance to the school he wanted to go to, so we did the FAFSA application. We also applied for an agency that provides him a free phone if he has a state program like SNAP or Medicaid, and he qualified for that phone and he got it, which eliminated a cell phone bill. Then he needed eviction assistance, so legal assistance. So we were able to find him someone who can help him with that at a low fee. We also applied for a rental and utility assistance program, which he was approved for, and it paid his back rent and his utility bills that he owed. And then we also connected him to Aspen Dental, which he needed dental care and a primary home. We got him squared away with all that. So these are just a few instances of services we connect individuals to. And that's my primary goal, is to help these people get connected to services, become self-sufficient, less stressed, less depressed. So I've worked with him for about 3 months. And at this point, he's at a state where he can function by himself, feeling more self-confident in himself to achieve what he wants to achieve in life. And that's pretty much it.
Good. Amy?
I want to go first.
Let me just say, if Amy, can we go to questions now?
I got one more thing that I think
All
is
right.
important,
Take your
which is
time.
the funding. So I wanted to stress, this is the total funding that we got for this year. We're guaranteed 2 more years of funding through USC. I do think that the work that we're doing is pretty phenomenal. I wish I could be more emotional about it, but that's just not my style in this. But I will tell you that one little story that Karina gave, that's life-changing for that person, and that's one story. There have been many, many stories like that of children who have gotten operations that they needed, of people who were moved out of those motels that were in families. So there is a tremendous amount of good work that's being done. USC is funding us this year. It's about to end. I just filled out the paperwork for next year. We've got 1 more year, but I want the sustainability of this to be on your radar, to be on everyone's radar, because it has an end. And this is a personnel cost. That's usually an operating cost. So I think that's something that I want everybody to be aware of, and I'd love to have other conversations to discuss the value of this and to discuss the sustainability of it. Thanks.
Very good. I'm sure we have questions, but I wish we had more of you, Karina. Thank you. Mr. Jones, go right ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate going first. Amy, I appreciate everything you do. You do a great job. And you ladies, thank you for being here tonight. I believe in what you're doing. Of course, I'm married to a therapist. However, arguing with one is pretty hard. But I just want to say this. Thank you so much. You're doing a great job. And for me personally, I'm not in a hurry to get home. If we're all in a hurry to get home, we need to have 2 meetings a month and not just one. But I'm glad you took your time. I'm glad you explained to us. And I'd like to get some information from you as well. You're in the Lugoff area, correct? I'm in the entire county. Okay, I got you. Well, I represent the entire county as well, so I will be talking to you soon.
I'll leave some brochures.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Excellent. Other questions? Mr. Tucker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say, Amy and the crew, thank you for this program. And I hear you loud and clear. Start early. You know how it rolls. This is not your first time at the rodeo. And I appreciate you bringing some of the new innovative ideas that you learned when you left us, but you can't go anywhere in the near future now. You do know that.
Yeah.
Okay, but we thank you for all your hard work, and I love that you're being innovative and trying to help the most needy in the county. Thank all of you.
David?
Sure. Ladies, thank you so much. Amy, thank you for your leadership. I was honored to be asked to be a part of a strategic plan for the library, just to give input, and so it just kind of shows kind of where you are as a leader, forward thinking. Access Kershaw, thank you for what you guys do. I get to be a part of you guys through the Live Well, some of those initiatives, and it's good to have you on board, Karina. And thank you so much for being here. And I think this is vital because the last census numbers that the most recent census numbers that we have seen, the fastest growing population in our county are Spanish speakers. So I think this is vital. So thank you so much for ladies for being forward thinking and helping make sure that nobody falls through the cracks. Thank you.
Other comments?
I've got one.
Yeah, go ahead, Russell.
I've got a question rather for Karina. Hey, thanks for what you're doing. Obviously, fantastic work. The specific example of the gentleman, I think it was, that you helped get back on their feet. You stopped just as I was getting extraordinarily curious because I like to see people that are in those bad situations find that help. And I want to know, where does it end? Do you connect them with like voc rehab maybe at some point?
Yes. So it doesn't
To get them back into the workforce?
So it doesn't end in 6 weeks. So for example, if this individual is disabled, he can't go back to work. Then whatever else he needs, he needs. So for example, later down the road, maybe 6 months from now, he also needs rent again, or he fell on bad time.
Why don't you come over to the mic, because I know the people on Facebook.
Or something bad happened in his life situation, he can contact me again. So it's not, there's no end. I mean, as soon as they get served and they don't need anything at that point, he can reach out to me a couple months from now and request assistance. So it's more as they go along in their life, they're sustainable themselves. If for some reason a traumatic experience happens or a crisis happens, I mean, so each person defines their own crisis. So if he happens to have a crisis down the road, he can contact me whenever, and this is for anybody I serve.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Other comments? I regret I missed your strategy session. I thank Mr. Snodgrass and Mr. Brazel and Mr. Jones for attending, and I'm sure we'll hear from more about that later. Other discussion points, okay? With that, thank you so very much, ladies. Appreciate your waiting to this last moment. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
All right, we move now to the next item, which is a proclamation. We'll follow the normal procedure. I will read it, and then we'll hear from you with motions. It's at tab B, page 7, and it's on the screen, a proclamation honoring the 20th anniversary of September the 11th. Whereas on September the 11th, 2001, the American people endured the worst terrorist attack on U.S. soil in the nation's history with courage and heroism. In response to this tragedy, Americans across the country came together in a remarkable spirit of patriotism and unity and carried out countless acts of kindness, generosity, and compassion. And whereas community organizations and family members of 911 victims began observing the anniversary of September the 11th as a charitable service day to honor the memory of those who were lost and those who united in response to the tragedy, including first responders, ordinary people, those in the field, in the Pennsylvania field and in the Pentagon, and volunteers. And whereas Americans everywhere participate in service and remembrance activities on September the 11th as a positive and respectful way to remember the lives of those lost, pay tribute to those who rose in service, and honor those in and out of uniform who continue to serve our country today, active Guard and Reserve and their families, veterans and first responders, so that America may never lack for willing citizens to rise up and defend her in the future. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Kershaw County Council here proclaims September the 11th as a 9/11 day of service and remembrance. And with that, we'll take a motion. Can we have a first, please?
Make a motion that we approve the 9/11 resolution.
Mr. Tucker, a second?
Second.
From Mr. Snodgrass. Any discussion? I know many of you took part in the march between the two fire stations. I watched it on Facebook, and it was well done. Thanks, Sheriff, for you participating and all your team, as always, and especially the firemen and other first responders who went out. Other comments? So with that, we move to a vote. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. And it's unanimous, and thank you, Mary, for those words. That was well done. With that, we move to approval of minutes. August 10th is our last meeting, tab C and page 8. Can we have a motion to approve the minutes?
Make a motion. Second.
Mr. Gardner on first, Mr. Tucker on second. Any discussion? I'd ask you to look at page 11 at the top of the page where it says, the clerk of council requested the chairman address the noise in the audience. He asked them to be quiet so the clerk has the ability to hear and the transactions might continue in order to take the minutes. And I think I've addressed that today. Maybe I was a little strict on that, but it was clearly out of hand last time. And I appreciate that those who are here today were respectful of the weight of what we're trying to achieve here today. So with that, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. And it's unanimous. Mary, just note that Mr. Connell was out briefly, would you please?
Thank you, Ms. Mary.
All right, with that, we move to administrative updates. I go to our administrator on COVID-19 update.
Chair, members of council, at the chairman's request, I am bringing before you again status for Kershaw County. Just in a snapshot for today, we had 45 new cases reported in Kershaw County today. From the inception of COVID in Kershaw County in March 6th of 2020, 10,696 of our citizens have been infected with the disease, which ranks 24th in the state of South Carolina. Total deaths from the beginning, DHEC estimates 170 of our citizens. 6 deaths last week alone as well. The vaccination rate for Kershaw County, we have a 48.9% vaccination rate for both shots and a 58.09% for at least one shot that has been received. The school district wanted me to share with you and our community that it is their intention, working in tandem with DHEC, to have a vaccination clinic at the Camden football game on Friday. And anybody who is vaccinated, they will be able to enter the game without having to pay for the ticket for it, and then they will move it to Lugoff, Elgin, and North Central as well in upcoming weeks. That's my report.
Very good. Any comments for Mr. Carpenter? As I've said before, masks are encouraged, social distancing is encouraged, shots are encouraged, but this is a free country, and you should do as you wish. But I do encourage myself personally that shots be taken where you have medical advice to that effect. Some of you will note that there's starting to be language out there that says that the shot begins to have less and less effect after 6 months, and after 8 you should get a booster. Again, I'm not a doctor. I'm taking my own advice on that tomorrow. Any other discussion? That was a very good summary. I just point out to you again, we have had as many deaths in the last 6 weeks. The coroner sends me and Vic the report. We've had as many deaths in the last 6 weeks than we did in the first 6 months of the previous COVID variety, and one would draw the conclusion that this particular COVID run is a little more dangerous than the previous one. So with that, we'll move on to the next item, a series of resolutions. First item is a resolution to express Kershaw County Council's request that the General Assembly take necessary actions to continue to allow the local government, to collect user fees that fund critical needs such as public safety and fire. It's at tab D, page 13 in your electronic book. And as is our practice, I'm going to read this and try to shorten it a bit. A resolution to express Kershaw County Council's request that the General Assembly take the necessary actions to clarify the authority of local governments to collect user fees that fund critical needs such as public safety and infrastructure. Now, this language given to us by the South Carolina Association of Counties. So I'm reading what every county council in the state is reading over the next several months. Whereas Kershaw County, along with the vast majority of citizens, acknowledge that as a result of the recent Supreme Court decision and revenues lost due to the COVID-19 pandemic, counties throughout the state have been and will continue to struggle funding critical needs such as public safety and infrastructure. And whereas counties were specifically granted the authority to impose uniform service charges and road fees where specifically considered and deemed allowed by the Supreme Court in 1992, and whereas in 1997, the General Assembly, which defines service or user fee as a charge required to be paid in return for a particular government service or program made available to the payer that benefits the payer in some manner different from the members of the general public not paying that fee. And whereas relying on this code section, the Supreme Court ruled Greenville County road fee ordinance invalid. And I'll move on through. Whereas the Supreme Court made it clear in its decision that the fee payer must receive a different benefit from paying the fee and not merely a greater benefit. Whereas the decision potentially puts certain user fees in jeopardy, which could result in the loss of millions of dollars in county revenues throughout the entire state. And whereas one solution to this issue would be for the General Assembly to amend the law to allow counties to have the option to utilize user fees that benefit the payer in some manner different or greater than the members of the general public. And whereas the above solution does not increase county revenue raising authority beyond its ability prior to the recent decision, and therefore does not constitute a new fee or a new tax. And whereas another potential solution is to amend the law to state that the general public may derive a benefit from the fee as long as the substantial benefit goes to the payer. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the council has, in support of the legislation that would preserve user fees as a vital source of local revenue, and requests that all members of the South Carolina General Assembly take action to ensure that home rule is protected and that appropriate legislation is enacted to preserve this financial resource in the next General Assembly session. Can we have a motion to approve?
Make a motion that we approve the resolution for the user fees.
Mr. Tucker, second.
Second.
From Mr. Gardner. Do you want to lead discussion, Mr. Tucker?
I just want to say, Mr. Chairman, that I know that a lot of people have their opinions when it comes down to this. We here in Kershaw County, of course, is not affected by the ruling in Greenville at this time, but it could easily turn. And if the General Assembly does not address this, you can look at probably all 46 counties if they have to pay back going bankrupt, because it would demolish our reserves and anything else that we may have. So we do need your support on this, and we do need the General Assembly to address these issues come January. Thank you.
Other comments? Yeah, Mr. Snodgrass.
Sure. Mr. Bose, are you for a couple questions?
Yes, if you have a question. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't want to get too long here. I know how Mr. DeBose's lectures can go, but I actually enjoy them because I kind of nerd out on this stuff. But give us the 60-second lecture on home rule. What is home rule?
Home rule is where the counties have the ability to rule themselves, where they were granted powers by the General Assembly to legislate and have budgets on their own. Prior to home rule, the legislature did it.
Okay, so essentially it says the county can legislate itself,
Yes.
and the voters of that county can elect people to county council, because before that, the senator made up county council. Is that correct? Or they appointed?
And the budget, yes, and the budget, in effect.
So in the same way that I don't think DC knows the best for South Carolina, I don't always think that Columbia knows the best for Kershaw County. That's probably the spirit of home rule, and you don't have to, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but at least for me, that is the spirit of home rule. And I don't see this as a vote for fees. I see this as a vote for liberty. This is a vote for home rule. This is a vote for a county to be able to govern themselves. And should we govern ourselves in a way that is not worthy or to the voters, then the voters will let us know that. And that's called democracy. That's how it works. How many counties are in the state of South Carolina?
46.
Do we know, did you know, according to my rough estimate, about 30 or so counties have some sort of road fee?
Yeah, or some type of user fee, probably greater than that. A road fee or a fire service fee or a user fee.
So there's a lot of members of the General Assembly, particularly in the Senate chamber, that they've got to figure something out. because that's a majority of counties. So thank you, appreciate it.
Other comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Mr. Connell, go right ahead.
Another solution would be if the state complied with existing law on the local government fund. There's many, many years where local municipalities are supposed to have their tax dollars repatriated, come back to them, so that home rule can actually be implemented, instated, and you get to spend those funds on what you need. So because the local government fund, which is millions of dollars, doesn't get funded each year in Kershaw County and other locations, you have an obligation from the state to provide particular services in your jurisdiction, but they don't fund the fund that would allow you to do that. So the counties over many years have come up with other ways to cover their responsibility as issued by the state. That would be another solution that I hope we'd encourage state legislators to look at and fund it as required by law and not push it out of the budget each year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, great. Others? Mr. Jones, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the County Council. I absolutely don't believe anything you just said. And let me tell you why. With all due respect, a fee is a tax in disguise. A fee is a way to get around the millage. A fee hurts 65 years and older folks more than a millage does. What we're doing by this resolution is we're asking the folks over in Columbia to allow us to generate fees. We have generated fees to expand and grow government. And for that reason, I will not be supporting this tonight.
Okay, other comments? There's not a language in there that says we're trying to increase the fees. We're trying to make sure that we're doing everything on the up and up and legal that it's been done since 1992. Secondly, it is, as I say, in the military, it's immoral to ask someone to do something and not give them the means to do that, to include whether it's a soldier in a foxhole or, in this case, a county that's required by the law passed by the great men and women in the State House that we provide fire. And I see we have a fireman here tonight, sheriff. We have sheriff and his deputies here tonight, and all those things that must be paid for. And so they passed a law that limits that authority, and then they had the Supreme Court further limit that authority. So this is an attempt by the several counties to tell this legislature, look, you told us to do X, and you didn't give us money to do that, and so we're asking your help so we can do what you asked us to do. It is not an increase. It is trying to rationalize what was otherwise a very difficult task for Mr. Carpenter and us to keep balanced books and to pay for the sheriff's cars and his deputies. And you can't be for something and not pay for it. You can't say, I'm for the sheriff, I'm for the fire, and then not step up and pay for it. So this is a part of the dialogue that Mr. Snodgrass has said. We're trying to tell the State House, hey, look, give us some help. So with that, let's move to a vote. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. Mr. Snodgrass, Mr. Tucker, Mr. Gardner, Mr. Burns, and Mr. Connell. Those opposed, Mr. Jones and Mr. Brazel, and it passes. So we move to the second resolution to express Kershaw County Council's request that the General Assembly allow counties to increase the millage cap set by U.S. code laws in limited manner, and it's at tab E, page 15. And again, this language was provided by the Association of Counties and provided to every county in the state, and all counties are addressing this in the same way. So I'll read it again, and we'll move to a series of motions and a vote. A resolution to express Kershaw County Council's request that the General Assembly allow counties to increase the millage cap of the code in a limited manner set out in Senate Bill 401. Whereas Kershaw County, along with the vast majority of citizens, acknowledge counties' abilities to raise revenue are limited due to the passage of Act 388 in the year 2006. And whereas it is widely recognized that many counties have not raised their millage over the past years due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, And whereas many fire districts are shifting from volunteer to a mix with career paid firefighters and do not have the necessary revenue due to the millage cap restrictions mentioned below, and whereas many counties are using outdated equipment and do not have the personnel to effectively provide critical and life-saving fire protection needs to the citizens, and whereas many counties are already close to their millage cap, while others could potentially raise millage, but the slight increase in revenue would not pay for the services needed. And whereas Senate 401 would allow counties to adopt an ordinance or resolution to suspend the millage rate limitations as set out in the law for the sole purpose of supporting a fire protection district created pursuant to Chapter 19 of Title 4 of those fire districts created pursuant to Title 6. And whereas Senate Bill 401 would provide a short-term solution by allowing for one-time millage increase above the caps for fire protection within 2 years of the effective date of the legislation, and whereas the Senate 401 is not a statewide tax increase, but merely provides those counties in need with a resource to combat their already strained budgets by lost revenue during COVID-19. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the council that it is in support of Senate 401 and requests the General Assembly to take such action. Can we have a motion to approve that resolution?
I'll make a motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Connell. A second?
Second.
From Mr.
I yield.
Brazel. Mr. Brazel, thank you. With that, Mr. Connell, I yield to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, this goes kind of hand in hand with the prior issue on the agenda. Quick backdrop. If you were in a county prior to this law that already had a full-time fire service, meaning personnel that were paid full-time, it doesn't really bother you very much. However, if you're a rural county like Kershaw County and you had a volunteer fire service, but you needed to transition to a full-time fire service, it impacts you a whole lot because the millage cap means that you can't hire full-time firemen. And so the county tries to accommodate that and pay for the fire service demand with fees. This would allow for a reset of the millage cap. If you're in Charleston County or Greenville or other places, they already had a full-time fire service. The legislature, in my view, did not think that at some point agrarian counties with all volunteer fire service would need to go to full-time, but there we are. We're experiencing a bunch of growth in the county, and therefore I'd support this.
Yeah, very good. You had a second, Russell.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Ben. I'm not a tremendous fan of fees, and that's why I chose not to support the first resolution. The second resolution, I think, is the more equitable solution for our county, and if it could replace some of the old fire fees, and if we could reset and fund fire the way it needs to, I think this, along with other revenue sources such as fee in lieu of tax and revenues that'll be coming from Project Seagull, those are also, we can use those to fund fire. And I think sometimes we need to get creative, but I'm a bigger fan of the millage. It's fair to the citizens versus the fees. Thank you.
Other comments? Mr. Snodgrass.
Again, this kind of goes back to my previous comments. You know, for me, this goes back to home rule, and it goes back to the county being able to manage the way that it sees fit. And so, and in fact, this S401 is sponsored by a member of our delegation. In fact, just point of personal privilege, our legislative liaison, Ms. Gwynn, is here as well. So just want to make sure, thank you for being here. And so I think for this kind of goes back to home rule, and it goes back to Mr. Jones's comments that fees are inequitable, and this is how we fix the fire fee is to put it on millage. Mr. Carpenter, what is the current fire millage on the books?
A little over 10 mills.
10 mills. Did you know that most career fire services operate off of probably at the minimum 28 to 30 mills. So, this isn't an attempt to, just raise the cap, without some sort of limit. But for us, it's an attempt to be able to make an adjustment, as Mr. Connell has pointed out, as we move from an agrarian type county to a county that is in need of full-time career firemen. And we're seeing it move forward. We're seeing Cassett Station coming online soon, and we're transitioning to 24-hour service. And so I think this all helps us move forward. And in my view, it supports home rule. So I'll support it.
Other comments?
Yes.
Mr. Jones.
If I may. Well, first off, if this, which is not, but if this was to be overruled at the State House, it would give Kershaw County Council an unlimited amount of millage. They could, what was it, Mr. Carpenter? He said the average millage is about what, 30 mills, 29 mills?
Yeah, roughly, yes, sir.
And what is our millage now?
About a little over 10.
So ours would probably go there. I think we have to think outside the box. I think we need to think of alternative ways to fund services in Kershaw County versus just raising taxes, creating new fees. I have done that. I think we need to private partnership in a lot of the areas in the county that we can. I've always said, well, one example was when I brought sewer to the table. We could have gotten rid of the sewer department, and it could have paid off. There's no doubt in my mind it could have paid off $7 million we're spending on the Southern Loop right now to increase our flow. It could have paid off the $6.5 million debt that we have. It could also have paid off the 15 to 20,000 that we're going to have to probably pay to enhance our 2 million gallon a day sewer system, which doesn't have but a couple 100,000 gallons left right now. So I wonder how we're going to bring a lot of industry in. But bottom line is we could save doing that. We probably could have had some money in the bank, but at that time this council voted it down. We did not even entertain doing an assessment on it. I think this is dangerous. I think this is giving us the authority, well, it is, to just go back and raise the millage to an unprecedented amount. And, when we talk about to sustain, we're trying to sustain our own growth because we keep growing. The private industry is certainly not growing as fast as government is growing. And if you think that, well, government does a better job, I ask you to go look at the post office. UPS, they're in existence probably because of the post office. Look at healthcare. I think government does the worst job when it comes to running services for our community. However, that's just my opinion. I'm against this. I'm going to vote against it. And Mr. Chairman, members of council, I respect y'all's opinion, but I just absolutely disagree with it.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? This gets back to my original comment on the previous one. The legislature requires us to do stuff. And the legislature now needs to give us some flexibility to pay for what they require us to do. Secondly, I thank the members of the task force who 3 years ago put together a plan to improve our fire service, to augment our wonderful volunteers along with some full-time, and to put stations in Cassett and elsewhere so we can do the dangerous jobs such as firemen did on 911 and do for us every day. Secondly, I point out that Mrs. White was here tonight, right, Russell? And she talked to you and she talked to us tonight about the fees she's having to pay. Well, on buildings that she considered worthless, well, that's the law that was passed by the State House. And the State House tells us how we have to administer those taxes. And in order to provide fire service, we have to provide a fee. What's wrong with a fee? A fee is inequitable, as Mr. Connell has pointed out. A millage is based on the value of the property instead of a flat fee. And I wouldn't say Mrs. White was elderly. She looks a lot younger than me, and I don't consider myself to be elderly at 74 years old. But the point is, we've got to get our tax code sorted out, and we need the people at the State House to do it. And I'm hoping Mrs. Gustafson and Mr. Dabney and all those folks understand we're not being critical. We need their help. We need dialogue instead of saying this is an unlimited tax increase. It is certainly not. It is when the budget we have already said, so we can transfer fees into millage that don't harm such people as Mrs. White, who is here tonight, and I hope she's listening to that. So with that, we move to a vote. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. Mr. Snodgrass, Mr. Tucker, Mr. Gardner, Mr. Burns, Mr. Brazel, and Mr. Connell. Thank you, gentlemen. And those opposed was Mr. Jones, and it passes. Thank you very much. We now move to item number 3, which is tab F, page 16 in your electronic book. And I think this is the last time I have to read a resolution tonight. But before I go into the resolution, I also point out to you page 17 and on, where Mr. Carpenter has written a very good summary of what these ARPA funds mean that we're getting from the federal government. I just think it's magnificent if you are into those kinds of things. And let me read the resolution, then we'll ask a little later on for a motion. But I'll also tell you a little later on in our agenda, Mr. Tucker and Mr. Jones are going to ask us to act on that. So y'all pay attention to the language. A resolution regarding usage of ARPA funds. Whereas Kershaw County will receive approximately $13 million in federal funds with the express direction of, quote, helping to turn the tide in the pandemic, address the economic fallout, and lay the foundation for a strong and equitable recovery in Kershaw County, end quote. And whereas Kershaw County has previously spent approximately $1.5 million in direct aid, appropriation, and support of our local businesses, nonprofits, nursing homes, and medical communities. And whereas the state of South Carolina itself will receive over $2.5 billion, which it can use to invest in broadband, housing, medical care, small business initiatives, economic development, and other outcomes. And whereas the Kershaw County School District will likewise receive approximately $25 million to invest in its students, facilities, and faculty. And whereas towns and cities in Kershaw County will also receive approximately $4.5 million to invest in their communities. Where it is reasonable and appropriate to expect the state of South Carolina, our school district, and our towns to invest these significant funds that they are receiving in those areas that will most benefit the populations that they serve, it is therefore appropriate for Kershaw County to focus its resources on those areas that only it has responsibility for providing. Therefore, be it resolved on this 14th day of September that Kershaw County utilize its designated ARPA funds for, and I'll enumerate, and you'll see them on the screen there, support public employees, $1 million. Expand its wastewater and stormwater infrastructure and capacity, $10 million. Reclaim lost revenue using it to make the following investments in the following potential areas of need to the sum of $2 million. 1, invest in its computer and internet infrastructure. Invest in its recreational tourism and related infrastructure. Invest in public safety radios. Invest in public infrastructure. Invest in nonprofit agencies that suffered as a result of COVID. Any unused funds from the categories of supporting public employees and expanding wastewater and stormwater infrastructure capacity should be available for use in the reclaim lost revenue category. Can we have a motion to approve this resolution?
Make a motion, we approve the resolution, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Tucker, a second?
Second.
Is that you, Russell?
Yes.
I'm sorry, my ears are not so good. All right, we have a second. Mr. Tucker, do you want to lead?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that this kind of outlines what the council and the county is going to do with the funds that's been awarded to this county. And you see the bulk of it is going into our sewer plant and wastewater treatment. And that is because it is time that we have to update that. And we have the funds available to make at least half, 50% of the cost that it's going to take. It's going to be about $18 to $20 million to update that plant. But I think this is one of the smartest ways we can spend this money so we do not have to tax you in the near future, so we can upgrade the plant for industry, which is going to bring in another tax base, and some of that will also be used for residential. So, thank you.
Yeah, Russell?
Yeah, lots of the money, 10 million, is going towards sewer infrastructure. I think the intention for this large sum of money was meant to go into infrastructure. So that's definitely something we've talked about all year, and look forward to seeing it become self-sustaining, and hopefully we can do away with some of those taxes that are attached to it. And this is a great sum of money to take the right step in the right direction. So I agree with this wholeheartedly.
I'm going to let everybody else speak, but let me be clear, Vic. Your intention is to respond to these gentlemen in terms of further detailed guidance. And over a period of time, you may even bring forward how these funds would be expended within this broad policy guidance. Is that your idea?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. At the end of the day, the county council will always approve all budgets.
Okay, guys, so we'll hear from you over the next several weeks and months, and then we'll vote on it. Other comments, please. Thank you, Russell.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Ben, please, right here.
This won't be new. Y'all heard it from me before, but I just fundamentally disagree with awarding bonuses or hero pay to public employees as a subset of Kershaw County's population. You've got 66,000 people. Well, the census bumped us up from that. I've used that number so many times, I forget what the new higher number is. I guess a 6% increase. But you've got, under the rules that were given under this ARPA funding, I'll share one of the categories that is not ranked in any particular order. It says assistance to households. Funds may be used to assist households or populations. Could be mortgage, could be cash assistance, home repairs. That's everybody in Kershaw County. Yet we've selected a subset of Kershaw County to award, $2,500, $1,500 to sometimes $2,700, trying to do tax adjustments. And I can't understand why these folks were able to keep their jobs. There's other ways beyond using these funds that can go towards capital projects, which were a much higher goal, or actually were a goal prior to the pandemic and prior to us receiving these funds. If you look at our goals prior to the pandemic, you would have seen sewer on there and paying for sewer infrastructure, but I don't believe you would have seen, large individual bonuses to particular subsets of government employees in Kershaw County. I just did some rough math based on staff's report to me. Say the sewer project, and I think this is important for us to consider before we vote on this. The sewer project, just hypothetically say it cost $16 million, and say that we use $10 million to go towards that project. If we have to bond out the rest, for every $1 million that we bond out on a 15-year bond at 2%, it costs us $20,000. So in the first year of interest on, say, $3 million, if we used it all of this 13 towards our sewer expansion project, we'd already have some of the bonuses that folks want to pay covered permanently for 15 years, but we're going to be spending that in interest. And that's just one of the things that I try to avoid if at all possible. And for that reason, or for those reasons, I won't be supporting the resolution tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. To be clear, Ben, I want to make sure I understand is a little later on, we're going to vote on one of those hero pay things. And you don't need to forecast your vote, but I think I know where you're going. Is the resolution is, I think, fairly broad and doesn't prejudge an outcome.
Well,
is that how you would see it?
No, it doesn't, except for some of the funds have already been expended. As I understand it, Mr. Carpenter.
They haven't been expended yet. They've been committed by the council in the budget, however.
Correct. So the employee bonuses have already been committed by the majority of the council.
Committed by the council, yes, sir.
Correct, yeah. So, this is not forecasting anything. It's already happened for me, however many weeks or months ago we voted on it.
Yeah.
And so I'm voicing that same opinion again, and therefore I can't agree with the resolution. I agree with a lot of it, but that's a sticking point because we could have given these funds to absolutely anybody in Kershaw County, but we picked a subset. And then we also could avoid substantial debt by putting this towards a sewer project, but we're going to bond out and be paying 2% interest. It's an attractive rate in the market, I agree, but if it's $20,000 to $60,000 a year over 15 years, that matters.
Yeah, good arguments. Mr. Jones?
Yes, I would. So what I'm hearing is that Councilman Cornell would rather see it go to the public versus going to the employees. So if you make that amendment, I'll agree to give it to the businesses and the public. If you want to make that amendment. That's what you just said.
We already voted on the majority of council, and I was on the losing side, so technically I'm not allowed to bring that up, as I understand it, Mr. DeBose.
You were on the losing side, that's correct.
Thank you for the reminder. You could have just said yes.
Yes.
I didn't use the word losing, it was non-prevailing side.
Yes, the non-prevailing side.
Okay, Mr. Connell, being an athlete, doesn't like to lose. He was on the non-prevailing side. Mr. Jones, go right ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I'll be glad to make an amendment if we want to put it to the businesses, if we want to put it to the people. I feel very good about what I'm going to vote on later on when it comes to the public safety employees and employees in Kershaw County. Blue Gulf Fire, the volunteers, the paid, the part-time, the county fire, the paid, the part-time, and then our other employees. I think it's an investment into that infrastructure. I think it's a good thing for morale. It's a once-in-a-lifetime, probably, hopefully, opportunity to do this. But I will say this, too. I don't agree with the sewer because we could have had that taken care of just by listening to me, but nobody did that. Now, having said that, we're facing... Excuse me?
Come on,
It was just that easy.
let him finish,
Okay.
please, David.
Thank you, Mr. Snodgrass, Mr. Chairman. One thing that concerns me is, we've got our 800 radios. We've got to have a complete overhaul of all our radios probably within the next couple of years. And you're talking about multi-million-dollar expenditure. And I think we need to look at that, and that really needs to be taken care of. What we're doing with the sewer is a Band-Aid. It's nothing but a Band-Aid. And we're going to have to, we did a defeasance of the bonds. We shifted them around. I called it a P and shell game. Well, it's called generational debt because we've just passed it on. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Yeah. I believe we're doing an engineering study and on the sewer, so we'll be able to talk about that with more precision. Other comments? Okay, with that, I think we're ready to go to a vote. All those in favor of the
Mr.
motion?
Chairman?
Oh, please.
One quick thing, and thank you so much for me just jumping in on this. I don't support the $10 million for the sewer, but I do support what we're doing for the employees, and that's why I will vote for this tonight. Go ahead.
Okay, very good. With that, we move to a vote. All those in favor, so signify. Mr. Jones, Mr. Brazel, Mr. Burns, Mr. Gardner, Mr. Tucker, and Mr. Snodgrass. And those opposed, it was Ben Connell, and it passes. And that's our broad policy, guys, so we'll be able to operate on that. I ask you to look at the letter that Mr. Carpenter wrote. It is fabulous, and it will be a matter of record. With that, I think I'm through reading resolutions for today. And we move to a series of ordinances. Item number 1 is a third reading of an ordinance authorizing infrastructure. It's at tab G. It's at page 23 in your electronic books. Mr. Carpenter, would you introduce the topic?
Chairman, members of council, you have in front of you tonight for third reading an ordinance that authorizes the execution and delivery of an infrastructure credit agreement between Kershaw County and Kershaw Hospitality LLC, previously known as Project Seagull, that provides the issuance of special source revenue credits and the inclusion of the property in a multi-county industrial park and other matters related thereto.
Very good. And I see we have Perry McClendon here from St. Clair Boyd in Florence. Sir, thank you for coming. All right, with that, can we have a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve third reading on Project Seagull.
Mr. Tucker, a second, please.
Second.
From Mr. Brazel. Do you want to lead discussion, Sammy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be very brief and just say I know and I hear all of you that stood up, not only today but in the past, And some of the statements that were said were not factual. And I respect all of you who have your opinions, even if it may differ from what mine is. But I once again would state that I think this project would do more good than harm. And the county has a very little part in it, which is the abatement versus the city's responsibilities and what they're doing for the project. So that concludes my remarks.
Mr. Brazel.
Yes, sir. This has been a great topic of debate, and I just brought a little prop here. I think this is a point of perception. We've had a lot of negative comments, and I do also thank and respect everybody who came. In life, we have a choice, no matter what it is. We have a choice to look at that glass and say, is that glass half full or is it half empty? And that is exactly what I've seen with Project Seagull. The building is sitting vacant or nearly vacant and has for a period of time. In the first 8 years is the abatement period. There will be no tax dollars taken from the kitty and put into the developer's hand. Not a quarter, to my knowledge, from Kershaw County. Mr. DeBose, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, it's an abatement, yes, not a rebate.
Not 1/4 from Kershaw County will go into the developer's pocket. Am I correct in saying that?
It's an abatement of taxes. No, there will be no payments by Kershaw County.
So we're going to receive more money in the first year of existence than we did in the previous year.
That's correct, because it's none now belongs to the city.
Okay, so I heard all the arguments, and they said there was no planning. If you can read all these numbers,
There it is.
these numbers are planning, ladies and gentlemen. There's been a ton of planning. There's been an inordinate amount of thought put into it by very intelligent individuals. They even let me look at it. I may not have fallen into that category, but I want to bring up just a few key points. In the first 8 years, the abatement period, it'll generate on average $110,000 per year of tax revenue. That tax revenue can go into special, let me not say special, let me say it can go into a fund that has been underfunded for years. It can go into our fire service. The reason it can be used to help fund our fire service is because it's a fee in lieu of tax agreement. Regular taxes, regular millage goes into our general fund. We cannot dip our hand into the general fund and take money out for fire. It's illegal according to South Carolina state law. So for these reasons, that glass is half full, not half empty. And I'll tell you, I'm not a fan of politicians. You don't see me with a Facebook page posing as one, just as much as many of the public are. I'm here to do the right thing, even if the right thing looks like the wrong thing. And tonight I'll support it at 110% support, because after the 8-year abatement period, the next 12 years, we'll collect another $4.6 million in tax revenue.
Yeah.
Now, who in this room wants to discourage these gentlemen from investing in Kershaw County? Not I. I'll say it again, not I. And I'm proud of it. And I own a small business, a family business that started with nothing. I get it. I get it from the ground up, brother. So if anyone needs any real clarification, call me.
Mr. Snodgrass,
Mr.
go
Brazel,
ahead.
yield for a question?
Go ahead, Russell, David.
So you talk about the average over 8 years. Did you know So from 2007 back, or 2013 to 2007, that's records I could find. Because in 2014, did you know that's when the city of Camden purchased it? Which, did you know we have no control over what the city of Camden buys? Did you know that?
I've never had a meeting with the city of Camden.
All right.
I think it must happen at the same time
Right.
ours happens.
But did you know that over those, between 2007 and 2013, this property, when it was in the private sector, this building collected or generated a total of $37,554 over a 7-year period. That's the total that the tax yielded in that 7-year period. Did you know that?
Wouldn't that be less than the first year's income?
I think so. So, you know, I think what you've seconded on, Mr. Brazel, is a plan, correct me if I'm wrong, is to take a building that in 7 years generated about $37,000, currently is generating zero, and you seconded on us just giving an abatement that's going to generate what you said, over $800,000 in an 8-year period?
It's going to average roughly $100,000 to $110,000 a year over the course of the first 8 years.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. I see, Mr. Jones, you had your hand up, sir.
Well, I don't mind waiting till everybody finish. I see your glass half empty and half full. But anyway, let me just say this. I don't agree with this. I think it's wrong in so many ways. We've never done this before. This is dealing with commercial, private business. This is not dealing with industrial, and there is a big difference. And who's next? It's going to be the fitness centers. It's going to be the Camden builders, the Miller's builders. I tell you what, I would hate to be in the building company now, because a big box store comes in and they qualify under the policy that we have. You wouldn't survive. You just couldn't make it. I just think for government to take tax dollars and put it into the private sector is just not a good thing. You know, I was looking through this, and of course, I've heard, you know, one thing about this is that it has been done in total secrecy. It has not been transparent, these numbers. I know some of my colleagues here were calling their colleagues for some numbers just a couple of weeks ago. Right, I need an update on this Project Seagull. Well, they got it, but anyway. You know, we have a policy that this council voted on, and I think it was July the 13th that they voted on it, tax abatement. It was a commercial property abatements policy, and it was under H, under new business. And also, here's a copy of it. It says here that the maximum is 50% that they would do. Well, what they voted on here tonight, now remember the policy said 50%, and what they've got here tonight is 85% for the first year, 75% for second year, 65% for the third year, 55% for the fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh year. I just don't get it. You know, as I said, we're just not seeing eye to eye on this. But one thing, we're not following our own guidelines. We're actually throwing different numbers out there than we agreed, or that this council agreed. It was a 6-1 vote. I voted against it. And I think Councilman Brazel might have made the motion. I've got it in here. But bottom line is we're not even following our own guidelines. We also said in our guidelines in the policy that I have right here, and with, excuse me, agenda packet right here. I got a lot of tabs because I've been trying to read over this. But it also says that it's got to have a minimum of, I think, how much was it?
50.
50 jobs, yes. Well, this now is 35 jobs that we're voting on here tonight. So one, we're just not even following our own guidelines. And, you know, if I didn't support it then, I'm certainly not going to support it now. But I worry. I worry about the damage it will do. You know, I was talking to a friend of mine who's a small business owner in Lugoff. And he said, you know, Jimmy, he said, in Greenwood, there was a boutique hotel, restaurant, bar, that he was talking to a friend of his. He said, I went in and sat down and ate. He said, my martini, which was $8 down the street, was $5. My steak that was down the street, $25, was $15. He said he asked the boutique hotel, how in the world do y'all keep your prices so low? They said, well, we get some subsidies from the government, the city. So it does not lay a to me, it just doesn't lay the groundwork for fair play. Now, let me just say this. I've only met with them once. I don't know the folks. Nobody said one more word to me about this entire thing. Tonight is the first time I've talked about it since our last county council meeting. I've known of no meetings, no discussion, no anything. It's as if I did not exist. You would think that you would be getting some kind of notice that there was a meeting pertaining to this. But anyway, I can't support it for those reasons. Again, I just think it's a bad move for us. But anyway, I'm asking my colleagues, please consider at least just tabling this right now. You know, any way you look at it, there's been no transparency. There's been no, one council member said to another, you'll get the information on third reading. I've got it in my cell phone. Well, that's just not good enough for me. I've got to have more input. I've got to have more involvement. And I too question, well, is the building going to be given to them free? I don't know. I've heard that. Are they going to buy another piece of property, tear it down to make private parking? I don't know. I've heard that. You know, and we're going to encourage these folks to come in and give them your tax dollars to compete against your other businesses. To me, it's just not fair, and I just can't grasp it at all. And I guess what bothers me most of all is that we're not even following our own policy, our own guidelines. So once again, it's just the majority of this council can do what they want to do. But I'll tell you this, I make no apologies for my vote, my position on this. I stand alone on it. I respect my colleagues for their position. I think they're absolutely wrong. I will say this, I am very impressed that they got a crystal ball. I am very impressed that they can project what's going to happen 8, 10, 20 years down the road, because I can't project what's going to happen 8 days down the road with everything that's been going on in this world. I do believe my colleagues feel they're doing the right thing. They're certainly not doing anything illegal. It's just I don't agree with them, and I think time's going to prove me right, as it has on pretty much everything I've said up here for the last 15 years. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield for now.
I think we're ready to go to a vote unless you want to say something, Ms.
Yeah, just
McGrath.
a few more comments. I asked some questions, but just so everybody can, understand my thinking on this. People ask, well, what's the benefit for, I live in Mount Pisgah, or I live in Castor, Lugoff. What's the benefit here? But we see an opportunity to generate sales tax, and if you're a property owner here, you see a loss credit on your taxes, and that's a direct representation of the sales tax generated in this county. So, for me, I see an entity that's going to do that for us. Mr. Brazel held up a revenue sheet that was made available to us. I have seen and reviewed a marketability study that the city of Camden did. I would love, it was kind of proprietary, so I'll show it to you one-on-one, I guess. But just I don't know why it wasn't put into the agenda. But it's a 35, 45-page document in which they spent a ton of time dissecting the boutique hotel market and other cities, other communities in which have done this. And the numbers came back favorably that, hey, this is a worthy investment, worthy enough for a private investor to say, yeah, I'll take a chance on that. And as far as, I don't see government money go, at least for the county. I don't see the government, the county giving the money or getting in bed with business. I see us getting out of the way. I see us maximizing investment, and I see the ability of getting all the boats in the harbor to be able to rise. That's basic economics. Economics that we have paraded, and built upon for years. That you generate this economy in which everyone is able to benefit from. And I have spoken with folks downtown, I have spoken with restaurants and with retail shops and, other places of business who they see they see the value in, yeah, you put 55 rooms across the street from me. You put 55 rooms just a block away, and I can see where that's going to generate traffic into my shop, into my retail place. And so the retailers that I've spoken to downtown, they see the value in this. And I think from a county standpoint, I think because the building is currently getting zero, and you're asking me just to give this abatement that's going to lead to so many other things. To me, I see the value here. And then as far as fees, and we've talked about fees and in previous discussions, this is a way to get away from those fees. Because if this hotel came in under the normal tax structure, the county fire service couldn't get a penny of it because they're in the city of Camden. They would pay the millage that would go towards the city department, but we couldn't even get access to it. But because it's going to be changed into a FILO, it gives us the ability to put it in essential services. And so for me, I see it as a way to. I think it's something that's going to be transformative. It's going to be transformative, not just for the downtown Camden community, but even beyond. So, Mr. Carpenter, real quick, will you explain the multi-county industrial? I know we're long, guys, but this, because I had to ask this too, because I'm like, why in the world are we getting in an agreement with Sumter? So I ask questions that I know the answer to for the sake of the public. So just really quick, explain that and why we have to do that.
The way the state law is written, in order to create a fee from a tax, you must put it in a multi-county park. The idea behind a multi-county park when it was first created many years ago was to try and direct some revenue from growing counties into those counties that did not have the benefit of growth. So they came up with an incentive called a multi-county park where you would pair with another county that at that time would have been at a lower tier than the county that was the receiving county. Then the benefit to the receiving county is by putting your property in that park, you can convert it from a tax into a fee, which, as both you and Mr. Brazel have indicated, once it is a fee, it is the discretion of the county council and how that money is spent to where it is directed.
Okay. And so does anybody ever want to get into a park with us? I mean, I think we got something later on the agenda, but I know we talked about this. We always have to put other people in, but nobody ever chooses us to.
Most of our counties are Lee, Fairfield, and Chesterfield.
Yeah.
Don't do much.
And so when they talk about the language of who's responsible for the utilities, I mean, this doesn't apply to this, right? Because this isn't a physical park.
Right.
Correct. This is
It's
just
not like Steeplechase or one of those parks.
So it's not like
Roads.
we're not on the hook for the utilities. The hotel and the owners of that hotel, they're paying their own utilities, responsible for all those things.
There are no physical expenses for this park. It's a paper park. So
Okay.
the only expenses might be legal fees, things like that to create it. That'd be the extent of it.
Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, let's call the question, but Mr. Tucker, go right ahead.
Yes, sir. I just want to make sure that our clerk to council has the correction on page 27 for Charleston to Kershaw. That's where that was at. Okay. All right. Thank you,
Okay.
Ms. Mary.
And with that, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor signify by raising your hands. Mr. Connell, Mr. Brazel, Mr. Burns, Mr. Gardner, Mr. Tucker, and Mr. Snodgrass, and opposed, as Mr. Jones in the motion and passes on third reading. We move to item number 2, which is third reading of an ordinance authorizing conveyance of a parcel of land. It's up on the screen. It's tab H, page 49. And I have some comments about the enclosure with Mr. DeBose's help. But first, Mr. Carpenter, do your magic here, please.
Mr. Chairman, members of council, you have in front of you tonight an ordinance that allows the sale of a parcel of land located at 15 Mesa Lane to an entity known as Project Orion. This is the building that is also known as the Spec Building.
Very good. Can we have a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Tucker, a second.
Second.
From Mr. Snodgrass. We'll go into discussion in a moment, but if you'll look at page 67 in your e-books there, we have the wrong plat. It includes mistakenly the EMS station, which we're not selling. Mr. DeBose can just summarize. I think I got it right, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I handed out the correct exhibit, which is 26.6 acres more or less, which does not include the EMS building. You got it correctly.
Okay.
You
All
got
right,
it
very
correct.
good. All right, with that, Mr. Tucker, I think you have the honor.
I yield. Go ahead, sir.
Who had second?
Uh,
Mr. Snodgrass, please.
Sure, I think this is moving forward with economic development, and it's good to see to finally get this thing off our books.
Yep. We have Jeff Burgess here tonight, so he can take any questions you have. Other comments? Russell, go right ahead.
Question for Jeff. When it's time.
Excuse me.
Is it time to ask Jeff a question?
Yes, sir.
Have we secured access to track 2, the 19.1 acres?
No, sir, we have not. We are working with Weston Industries, which owns the Utah facility, which is where STL is located. They would entertain an offer on a purchase of right-of-way off the cul-de-sac. Target has indicated to be 3 to 4 months before they made a determination. They've indicated that they're more or less interested in the amount of traffic that's going to create for their trucks to compete with. For whatever reason, when Utah was constructed and when Target located, Target ended up receiving that parcel, which basically landlocked that particular parcel in, because the cul-de-sac at one point actually in the park itself. So at this point in time, I've been in touch with the brokers to secure that tract or access to that tract.
Great. Good question.
Would the kind folks that are buying the building not entertain such access?
I can introduce you to the COO and advisor at this point. I have spoken with Mr. Dry. You can come on up, sir, about doing just that.
I wouldn't want to find ourselves in a position of landlocking 19 valuable acres.
Well, I will give you a little details on the 19 acres, if it's okay.
Yes.
Going back in the files, and this was a question that Councilman Cannell had asked, and rightfully so, was why was it landlocked? When the spec building was built, up until 2017, from the records I've seen, there was a concept of possibly going back and making access to that parcel. When the spec building was built, according to the contractor that built the building, it was built to roll out to 600,000 square feet. When you build it out to 600,000 square feet, you have to move the retention pond that is there, and you'd have to slide it back onto that 19 acres, along with a portion of that building. So the intent was at that time to possibly just roll out what was ever in the spec building back onto that adjacent property. I've looked at running a road to that parcel, and 675 feet just to get to the property line is over $275,000. And that's not undoable, but once you get onto that back parcel, it slopes off. And to run the road to the usable acreage, which is located just off 2 Business Parkway, which is roughly 12 acres, you're going to have to do another 300 to 400 feet of road construction that doesn't include cut and fill to make it. So the 275 is the cheap part. It's going to get more expensive to go from that way. So I've just been pursuing Weston on getting access through 2 acres of their property if they're willing to sell it to us, or if they're interested in entertaining that offer. But at one point or another, a determination was not made to actually show that property. I don't like that. I want to try to figure out how to get to that property to sell it. There's 10 to 12 usable acres back there for a company to go on.
Okay, I don't want to handcuff ourselves tonight. I guess that's my only concern.
You introduced someone here.
Yes, sir. I'd like to. I'd like to introduce Tom Dry. He is the COO and advisor to Orion, which is the compounding company that is a subsidiary of Conventus LLC, which is the polymer company that will be locating there.
Thank you, sir, for coming tonight. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. I'm sorry it went so long, but we got to listen, and that's the way we do things here.
You got it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much indeed.
We're excited. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Other questions? Those were good questions. We got some work to do, right, Jeff?
Yes, sir.
What are you doing here, sitting here tonight? Huh?
I don't know. I just
All
thought
right.
I'd come and hang out with you guys.
Yeah. Other questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Ben?
I was just going to say,
Yes, sir.
I don't think we're any worse off on track 2 necessarily. I mean, prior to many of us on council, at some point it got landlocked. It just kind of is what it is. It sounds like the anticipation was county retain it for whichever company potentially expand there and then use it to comply with the existing regulations on retention or otherwise. And then the topography, even though it's nice how it climbs up the hill, topography is just weird there and
Just a
quite
little bit.
expensive to build in. So it was landlocked before. It'll be landlocked now, but it sounds like we're pursuing options to try
I'm
to
gonna
improve
put
the
some-
value of the property.
I will put something up there. Give me
Yeah.
time.
Okay.
Other comments? I think,
Right quickly.
Jimmy, go right ahead.
One, I'd just like to welcome, I'm going to support this because I want to see it sold, and I support you folks, and I'm glad to see you here. However, we've lost money on this spec building, and I hope we don't go into this kind of venture anytime soon. Thank you.
Have we lost money on the spec building, Jeff?
According to the contractor, 2.4 was put into the building. That includes 100,000 in roadway. The building itself is being sold for 2.134.
We lost money.
And then talk to me about what happens over the life of the building, Jeff.
Yes, sir.
That way.
We will get $151,948 first year in taxes. Then it'll be about $150,000 after that per year. So we should make up the difference in what we lost in the first 2 years.
Thank you. You just said lost. Thank you.
And so it should or will?
It will.
Okay, don't use subjunctive. We are trying to, I'm giving support to this because it will.
Let him speak
All
for
right.
himself.
There you go. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, other comments? All right, with that, we move to a vote. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. And it's unanimous and it passes. Sir, thank you and congratulations. Welcome to Kershaw County. With that, we move to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 3. First reading of an ordinance to amend the zoning map of 86 acres of land out in under the agent King Street of Camden. It's on page 71 in your ebooks and tab I, and it's shown on the map there. Vic, can you open this up, please?
Mr. Chairman, members of council, you have in front of you tonight for first reading an ordinance to amend the county's zoning map to take approximately 86 acres of land that is currently zoned RD1 and rezone it to R15. It has previously been approved by the Planning Commission on a vote of 5-1.
All right, can we have a motion to approve?
So move.
First from Mr. Snodgrass, a second. There is no second.
Well, I'm going to give it a second on first reading, and then we can discuss.
So we have a second. With that, Mr. Snodgrass, please.
Sure. I think this is why we have the process of 3 readings. I think anything deserves for us to kind of look at it. I mean, I understand why they want to go out there. You look at the map. It's near Pine Tree School, which is a great school. It's near a lot of other up and coming things. So this is worth us continuing to study. And I was sitting here thinking, some of the folks that spoke to this, I think it's indicative of where we're going with Kershaw County. Man, people, this is the best kept secret in the state. And fortunately or unfortunately, however you want to phrase it, where people are beginning to realize it. While we all love Kershaw County home, and but I think it's our goal to make sure that we have responsible growth. So I think for first reading, this is worth to keep on exploring.
Okay, other comments?
Sure, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I gave the second because unless it seems like there's just absolutely no way there's any support. I've heard from a couple folks that supported it. They actually didn't show up tonight, but I heard from one gentleman that he's interested in a fence, and I'm not sure, he didn't propose how that would be funded or who would pay for that or how, what it'd be made out of or how big or how long or what, but essentially a privacy fence could make it somewhat palatable, I guess. And I think the potential developer and the landowner should have an opportunity to discuss that and just see where it goes.
Yeah, let me just add to that with, Mike, can you come up and just give us a quick rundown on how the commission looked at this thing and if there were any dissenting votes? Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Again, as Mr. Carpenter pointed out, it was a 5-1 vote. There was one dissension from a planning commission member who had objections to the removal of the trees. The trees have already been removed and the property was timbered a couple of years ago, I believe.
Yeah, 2 years ago. All right, but were there any other citizens that came in against this item?
Yes, sir. There were two, the neighboring citizens, I believe they spoke here today as well. They came in and voiced the same concerns that they voiced here today.
Okay, good. I just wanted you to tee that up. Any questions, gentlemen? Any further discussion?
Just real quick, if I may.
Go ahead, David.
I just kind of hit me. You know, we 2 months ago or a month ago, we just put 300 plus jobs out there off exit 101, which is nearby. And it doesn't. If you're a real estate agent, you know the market is it's tough. So, you know, this is kind of where we're going. These people have to live somewhere. So again, like I said, this is worth us to keep on exploring and study some more.
All
The
right.
applicant is
question.
here if you'd like to answer.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Send a call for the question.
I'm sorry.
The vote.
He called
Oh,
for the
yeah.
question.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
Michael's going to share something real quick before he calls the question.
I'm sorry, Mike.
Oh.
You guys ready? All right. Let's go ahead and vote on the first reading here. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. And it's Mr. Connell, Mr. Burns, Mr. Gardner, Mr. Tucker, and Mr. Snodgrass. Those opposed? Mr. Brazel, Mr. Jones.
I abstain.
I don't know what
Because
grounds.
on the grounds that I want to go out there and look at it, this agenda, I didn't have time to do that.
Mhm.
And I think in fairness to everybody involved, I can't make a decision on this today.
So we got-
But I will vote on it next meeting. And I don't,
Yeah.
and listen, I don't abstain. I think it's probably about the third time in 15 years I've done it, but I want to make sure that I go out and look at this and talk
Very
to some
good.
folks and get a
Very
little
good.
bit more information.
Record that as an abstain. Thank you very much. All right, we move on to second reading with that item, and I myself am going to go out there too and talk to the people. Item number 4 is a first reading of an amended and restated ordinance to create a multi-county business park with Lee County. It's at tab J and page 85 in your electronic book. And I think there's a map at page 7. No, it's not either. Go ahead with that. Introduce the topic, Vic, please.
Mr. Chairman, members of council, county's legal counsel has requested this be placed on the agenda for consideration by the county council. I would defer to county legal counsel for any specific details of this ordinance.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, this is part of,
We'll get to that now.
okay, I'm sorry. I'm part.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Let's get it on the table. Let's have a motion, please. Do we have anybody want to put a motion forward, please?
So moved.
Yeah, Mr. Gardner, a second.
Second.
Thank you. And with that, go ahead. Kenny, explain yourself
Yes,
here,
Mr.
buddy.
Chairman, this is part of the Prestige plant, $150 million plant. This is Governor's Hill, and basically what it involves is extension of the terms of a multi-county park agreement to coincide with the terms of their agreement with county.
Well, it could not have been less clear.
It's a multi-county park that includes Prestige Farms,
Okay.
or Prestige Industries. the name
One
of
that
it.
we currently
Yeah.
have, and we're extending that.
The term, yes, we're extending the term,
That means the date.
the date.
From what to what?
Well, it's 2005 for 38 years, I believe, so it'll be extended from present that many years. I think it's actually 43 because you have investment period. But it's 15 years into the old agreement. So it's just a multi-county park agreement. It has nothing to do with taxes in this case.
So it's not that we're just bringing into harmony what was
Yes.
Yes, that's
agreed upon.
correct.
Thank
Right.
you.
Okay.
The agreement that we gave to Prestige Farms went beyond the length of this multi-county parks agreement. So we needed to extend this multi-county parks agreement so that it coincided with the agreement we've already given to Prestige Farms.
Okay.
Yeah.
Previously, there was no agreement on the property because nothing was located there. So it was not an issue until this happened.
Yeah. If it takes that many words to explain it. All right. So I open it up for questions, gentlemen. All right. It seems to be very straightforward. You should write that way, too.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Connie, I'll give him a class. All right, with that, thank you, everybody. We'll move to a vote, and all those in favor so signify. Thank you very much. And it's unanimous, Mary. And thank you, everybody, for all the hard work the staff has put into this, Jeff and Ken and everybody else. We move to the next item, which is item number 5, first reading in title only of an ordinance setting the millage rate. There is no attachment, and I'd ask Mr. Carpenter to introduce the topic, and we'll place it on the table.
Mr. Chairman, members of council, as council has previously approved a budget with a specified amount of money, it is the responsibility of the auditor to determine what the millage would be. Because this is a reassessment year, they had to recalculate millages. He was unable to give us the final figures because he was still waiting on some figures from Columbia, the Department of Revenue. So he's asked that we begin the process by approving in title only. It does appear that millage will be rolling back because of the growth in assessment. He'll be able to provide those figures for us once he gets the figures from Department of Revenue.
All right, can we have a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. A second?
Second.
Was that you, David? Thank you. Any discussion? And we'll see the numbers at our next meeting?
Yes, sir.
Our next meeting is the 12th of October.
Yes, sir.
And then we will vote on the third reading in the meeting in November, and that will go in. Okay, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. You don't have the numbers, so my question you probably cannot answer, but I can ask you anyway. Is it going to be an increase in millage?
No, sir. Right now, it's very strongly looking like a decrease in millage, a rollback of millage.
Rollback.
But he can't tell the amount because he needs these figures from Columbia on some of the valuations that are set out of Columbia, not out of our office.
I got you. I get it. Then I'll vote on it when you get the numbers. Thank you.
All right, very good. We move to a vote. All those in favor signify. Mr. Snodgrass, Mr. Tucker, Mr. Gardner-Burns, Mr. Brazel, and Mr. Connell. Those opposed, Mr. Jones. Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. We move now to new business, which is item number 1, authorization of an expenditure of ARPA Act funds for service pay. Mr. Tucker, can we have a motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we authorize expenditure for the ARPA funds in an approximate amount of $67,000 for Lugoff Fire and our volunteer firemen.
And that's our being county?
Yes, sir, Kershaw County.
Okay,
Yes,
very
sir.
good. Can we have a second? Mr. Jones, would that be you?
Second.
Very good. Mr. Tucker, you want to introduce the topic, please?
I just want to thank a couple of people. Councilman Jones is one, and Mr. Carpenter for helping us put this together. These folks are well-deserving, and, it really means a lot to me as one council member that we're taking care of the volunteers as well. And I appreciate the time you put in to figure out how all this is going to work. And just for clarification to my colleagues and the public, know that the same principles and policies we set for the county employees will be the same policy for distribution to the Lugoff Fire Department, as well as the system that Mr. Carpenter set up for the point system for the volunteers. So theirs will be a little different because they're volunteers, but it will be off the same point system that they derive at to get paid for now.
Okay, very good. Mr. Jones?
I could have said it better, Mr. Tucker, but
Come
I didn't.
on, man.
You did a great job on that, and I support it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Other comments? This is in the spirit of 911. Our firemen light along with our great sheriff and EMS and everyone who serves so well, and with you, Cato. Thank you, sir, for being here tonight. With that, we move to...
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Connell.
The amounts are the same, you said, as...
Yes, the $1,500 and $2,500 that we did for our full-time and part-time employees,
Okay, and what was the overall cost related to what you're proposing tonight?
approximately $67,000 for the volunteers and Lugoff Fire.
All right, just for the record, I'll state why I oppose it again. First, I think I've shown I really try to support local fire service, from moving towards full-time fire and funding it in a way that makes sense. But again, if we take a subset of the population of Kershaw County, carve them out and say, everybody in Kershaw County is eligible for these funds, but we're just going to give it to a certain subset of government employees, I just fundamentally disagree with that. I think there are other ways to take care of expenditures that need to go to employees. I would support a millage increase related to competitive market pay. I'd support a millage increase for Lugoff Fire. I already told the chief that helps them be competitive in the market if needed. And I think we also just voted on the highest ever salary increase for employees, at least 15 or 20 years. I think some people dispute that, but it's the highest one I'm ever aware of in the last budget. Between the other issues related to debt avoidance and spending funds on capital projects like sewer, that was a very high priority. For those reasons, I cannot support it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Other comments? Okay, Mr. Snodgrass.
Just real quick, is there, I get with Lugoff being a special purpose district, they're not connected to anything else that would receive ARPA funds, is that right? They're
That's
kind of in a
correct.
loop, they're in a donut hole, I guess,
That's correct.
so everybody got money except for special purpose districts, essentially.
Yes, sir, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yeah,
might.
Ben.
Neither is Cassett Water or Lugoff Water Authority. They're in some ways a public entity, and if we're going to use that rationale, why aren't they receiving a bonus? I mean, I would not encourage or support that, but.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Sammy?
Let me make clear first and foremost that these are not new funds. This is a part of what we have already allocated into the employees, $1 million that we approved in our budget. So this is not additional money or a tax increase or anybody, anything like that. And let me make it very clear too, Lugoff Water Authority, Cassett Water Authority, where I get my water from, has not approached this council about any funds. And we have outlined where we wanted to spend these ARPA funds, and I'm asking my colleagues to try to stay within those guidelines that we've already established to do these expenditures. Thank you.
Yep. To me, it's heroes, like our sheriff, like our EMS, like Cato, and fire, who served not just 911 20 years ago, but all during this COVID environment. And that's where I put my heart, and that's where I got my vote. With that, let's call the question. All those in favor signify by raising your hand. Mr. Snodgrass, Mr. Tucker, Mr. Burns, Mr. Brazel, and Mr. Jones. Those opposed, Mr. Gardner and Mr. Connell. And the motion passes, and make it so, please. Now we move to the second item under new business. Is a wastewater rate study. It's at tab K, page 95, and it's also up on the screen. Vic, would you introduce it, please?
Mr. Chair, members of council, as part of the budget process and in some of the extensive discussions that we had related to the sewer system, it was determined that we would begin a process of evaluating, among other things, the true cost of providing the service and the true cost of putting necessary capital into that. In order to do that, a rate study was needed. The rate study takes into complete consideration the current and the anticipated and future capital and operational costs of the system. We put out for bid. You see 4 responses were received to our RFP. You see the rationale behind it. We are recommending the Wilden Financial Services from Orlando, Florida, received the bid for a bid price of $29,960.
And a delivery date of?
Delivered back to council final form in late January, early February at the latest.
And the idea, gentlemen, is that be available for us to move right into our budget cycle. All right. So do we have a motion?
Make a motion that we approve the rate study.
Second?
Second.
Russell, any comments?
Again, how much?
$29,960.
And you have that budgeted, obviously?
Yes, sir.
Fixed fee. Any other comments? This is very important. It goes right along with all the other initiatives that we've all been struggling with on sewer, and this one's very important. And it will, I think, open our eyes. Russell, go right ahead, please.
I have a comment. I'm looking forward to seeing where this lands and looking at all the data when it comes back. I very much look forward to repealing the sewer tax and any fees associated. Looking forward to our sewer system standing on its own and financially supporting itself. So thank you so much for having this done.
Yeah, it sounds like the discussion me and Jimmy had this morning. Other comments? All right, with that, let's move to a vote. All those in favor, so signify. And it's unanimous. And we move now to the work plan for redistricting under the census. We can make a motion, or I can just talk about it. Let's go ahead and stay with procedure. May we have a motion to approve that item, please?
So moved.
And second?
Second.
And there's no vote here. I'll just talk. Each of you have had an opportunity to talk to our technical support and the lawyers. I think it's been excellent. And I think some of you have been more than just once. My purpose here is to talk about county redistricting and in accordance with the federal and state law. And then our next opportunity formally to put this before our population and us is on the October the 12th with a briefing. And to stay transparent, we want our population to see how the census impacts the districting within the county. This is not the state, this is only within the boundary of the county. And then on the 9th of July will be a public hearing and a vote. So with that, are there any questions? And we move ahead. Seeing there is none, and thank you guys for taking time during your work days to come in and meet with that technical representative. I have every confidence we'll deliver a good product. So with that, we move to council briefings, and starting with Sammy, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of quick things. One is, was able to have a COG meeting, that's Santee Lynch's Regional Council of Governments, yesterday, to get the good news that the UV lighting grant that we went after on the COG has been approved, and funding should be coming down very soon. What this does is going to allow us to put this on buses. So when the kids get on the bus from home, they'll get cleansed before going to school from any type of viruses. And then when they leave school, they'll be cleansed again on the way home. So hopefully this is going to help combat some of the infections that we're having. I think it's a great thing. It's not any increase, once again, in taxes here locally. This is federal dollars coming down. Our staff there at the COG went after this grant, and I think there are maybe one or two in the state that actually receive it. It's about a $500,000 grant. It's going to be in the county of Kershaw, Lee, Sumter, and Clarendon. So those are the 4 counties in our region, and I'm really excited about that. They should have the test bus in Clarendon up Thursday, and we're looking to have them all completed hopefully by the end of the month is the target goal. So that's real good news for our children who sometimes cannot defend for themselves. I want to say to Ms. Phillips, I am terribly, terribly and deep and saddened for your loss. I have 3 kids of my own and 6 grandkids, and I hope to God I never have to feel your pain. I would like to have more conversation with you in the near future so I can understand the jurisdiction you're in, because that would never happen underneath Alpine Sheriff watch. I can assure you that. So, yes, ma'am. So looking forward to talking with you soon. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner.
Yeah, I'd like to clear up something that somebody said in public comments, that we have done nothing to do to help businesses during COVID. You know, lest you forget that we pulled $1 million out of reserves and gave it to businesses, many, many businesses. And although the average amount that we gave to those businesses was probably around $4,000, you know, $4,000 goes a long way. And that's money that we took. No other county in the state did that. Kershaw County did that. We took $1 million to provide help for businesses that were in trouble and probably saved a number of them. Secondly, as far as Seagull goes and giving abatements, I would invite anybody out there who has a commercial business that would like to come to Kershaw County and invest $10 million and bring 50 employees. We invite you, and we'll be certainly happy to negotiate an abatement with you. But bring your abatement. I am a business owner in the city of Camden. I don't live in the city of Camden. I don't have a vote either. But I think that is a great project, and I think when you compare that to what our policy is 4 times what it is for the industrial part, we only require $2.5 million investment there. $10 million is a sizable investment for a commercial business, no matter what you do. So we would invite you to come to Kershaw County. I personally would invite you and welcome you to come to Kershaw County. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Good words. Russell?
Yes. In remembrance of September 11th, I'd like to thank all of our firemen, EMS, and police officers. Thank you all for what you do for every one of us. Don't think it goes unnoticed, even when someone's putting you down publicly. We will support you, and we thank all of you very much. Ms. Phillips, God be with you. Prayers for you and your family moving forward. I heard about the accident when it happened. I grew up duck hunting and fishing on those rivers. And if there's anything I can do, I don't know if there is or there isn't, but I'd be more than happy to sit down and talk. Thank you so much for coming.
Mr. Connell, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looks like this Saturday coming up, we've got the Elgin Toy Roundup Car Show event, 9 a.m. in Elgin. A lot of cool old cars there. And then on to some weightier matters. Ms. Phillips, your story just touched my heart. So sad. I believe you mentioned the jurisdiction is Richland County. Those folks that are solicitors over there work over here too, so they've got to listen to us on some level. My cell phone's available online. Please feel free to call me, or I'll talk to you right after and get your number, because we know them. And I just want to tell everybody, hug the people you love, and do it soon. I'm not going to mention any names because this is their time to mourn, but even today, one of my coaches lost his relatively young son. And if there's someone that can have any bigger impact on a young man than a high school football coach, I don't know who it is. My heart just goes out to him. Just a terrible, terrible thing. So hug the people you love and let them know. Leading up to 9/11, we tried to educate our kids a little bit about what happened and what it meant to the country and how we rebounded. We listened to a bunch of the voice messages that were compiled by those who were on planes or otherwise stuck in a tower who ultimately lost their lives. Every single one of the messages that they left was about how much I love you. Please tell the kids I love them forever. Keep this message always. We care about you. I don't know what's going to happen, but, I love you. You didn't hear anybody say, Jim owes me $5. Make sure you get that back. Or any of the petty things that we get hung up on in life. So I hope we'll just focus on that and have a little more love and compassion and kindness towards others. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well said, sir. Thank you. Mr. Jones.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Phillips, my heart is broken. Hearing your story tonight, just, I have a 21-year-old son. I have 2 daughters. I have a 46-year-old son. And Ben's reference to his coach is a friend of mine who lost his son today. And you're in my prayers. My number is 803-427-7968. You can get it from the county administration. If there's anything I can do, please don't hesitate to call me. And I, too, as well, would be at your disposal. And God be with you and your family. And you're certainly going to be in my thoughts and my prayers. All right. For immediate release. I was jail administrator. And it's a tough job. And believe me, you either control it or it controls you. Well, I controlled it. And I'll tell you, we have a man here now that's doing the same thing. We were very fortunate to have Peggy Spivey, who retired. She got her National Jail Administrator certification. And actually, Tyrell Cato, he's earned his National Jail Management certification. And I applaud him for that. This certification is granted upon the successful completion of a rigid experimental background application and extensive 4-hour exam jointly prepared by the Jail Administrator Association. And I'm going to tell you something, folks. When I was jail administrator, you got to accumulate so many points to take the exam, right? I didn't get all the points before I retired. But I know how hard that was. And I remember Jail Administrator Spivey tell me how hard the exam was. I salute you, sir. Good job. Job well done. That is great for Kershaw County to have you in that. How many in South Carolina? So there's about 10 national certified, and we have one of the 10. Congratulations. Keep the doors locked. Keep the doors locked. And Ben Connell's right about, I do believe you need to tell somebody you love them, because bottom line is life is not promised forever. 5 minutes from now, 5 years from now. And, we disagree up here, but I have no hatred or discontent for any person sitting up here. I just don't agree with them, and I'm a lot smarter in a lot of ways than they are when it comes to where the rubber meets the pavement coming to county government. But we all do what we think is right. And with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Snodgrass.
Just want to briefly, tonight we had a lot of difference of opinions on some very important policies, and I just was reminded of a quote by President Ronald Reagan that said, "The person who agrees with you 80% of the time is a friend and an ally, not a 20% traitor." And I feel like we live in a world where if you disagree with me that much, then that just automatically means that we are diabolically opposed to one another. And that's just not the case, or at least not with me. You know, we have to share the IGA and the restaurants and every other places together. We have to see each other, and we have to, you know, just be aware of that. There may be policy differences, but at the end of the day, we all want to see Kershaw County become or continue to be a place where we want to live and worship and raise a family and play. So that's just some thoughts I have on that. Anytime that we have policy differences, I did want to make notice we had the KC Connect public transit was here earlier. That's made possible through the first round of some COVID funding, CARES Act money that came to us, and the Live Well Kershaw Coalition was instrumental in just kind of pulling the strings and pulling everyone together for that. And it's a route that runs from Elgin all the way into to East Camden, around the area where the Board of Disabilities is located. And so we're very proud that we were able to work on that, as well as make sure it got into deep into Kershaw County. There was talk of not wanting to bring it too far east, but I'm thankful we were able to make sure that happened. And just thankful for everyone who came tonight and be a part of the process. And of course, Ms. Phillips, just want to echo the sentiments of the gentleman here. Thank you for coming and sharing your story. That story is important, and we won't forget. So anything that we can do, please let us know. That concludes my remarks.
Very good. I'll close it out. Jeff, Vic, Ken, good work. What an amazing package tonight. It took a while, didn't it? Mary, thanks for pulling it all together. Sheriff, thanks for being here. Cato, thanks for staying. Mike, good work. Tough judgment calls. Just a great county staff performance. And this culminating point, we'll see you in the 12th of October. Mrs. Phillips, thank you. You blessed us tonight. And with that, I turn to you, the administrator.
Mr. Chairman, members of council, I will wrap this up the best way you can wrap something like this up, with a good feeling, and just further put a bow on what Mr. Jones has wrapped up for us. Director Cato, if you would. I have tonight the official certificate.
All right.
Acknowledges what Director Cato has accomplished. Jones summed it up well. He's been there, he's lived it, he's walked in his shoes. Anybody in this room knows what he had to do to get go home. Director Cato, you are a compliment to the county. You are held up 45 of the county.
Amen.
Yep. There to go.
That's my report.
And he has very clean vehicles.
To the bows.
Mr. Chairman, I have nothing.
No report.
No report.
With that, let's have a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Tucker, second.
Second.
Mr. Gardner, any discussion? Next meeting is the 12th of October.
They can stay here.
Thank you, gentlemen. We had a wonderful exchange. With that, let's move to a vote. All those in favor? And it's unanimous.